We ready to go? Good morning, everyone. Can we please get started? Thank you for coming to our special session of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors and Board of Directors of the Coconino County Flood Control District. Today's special session, let's go ahead and start off with call to order. District 1.
Yes, and good morning all. It's great to see everybody here. And it was great to wake up this morning to some more moisture. But one thing about spring and flood, you never know what you're going to have to wear. It's either short sleeves or a winter jacket. So Patrice Horseman, District 1, and great to be here today.
Thank you. District 2, Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor and also current Chair. Thank you everyone for being here. We have a nice long packed meeting, but hopefully we'll get through it together. So thank you. District 3.
Yes, good morning. Adam Hess, District 3. Glad to be here and ready to work with you guys today. Glad to be here.
Thank you. District 4.
Good morning, Judy. Coconino County Board of Supervisors for District 4, current Vice Chair. Thank you for being here, and we're going to have a good meeting today. Thank you.
And District 5. She is in the building. She is connecting,
Yes.
Supervisor Fowler, so she
Mr.
should join.
Chair, I'm here. This is
Okay.
Fowler,
Thank you.
Coconino County Supervisor, District 5. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now, if we can all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, thank you. Now we will have call to the public to allow for any comments from the public. Please note that issues presented during the call to the public that are not on the agenda cannot be acted on by the Board of Supervisors. For items not on the agenda, individual supervisors may ask questions of the public, but are prohibited by open meeting law from discussing or considering the item. Only the speaker who has been called upon is authorized to speak. To encourage and respect expression of all views, we are asking that there be no clapping, booing, or shouts of either approval or disagreements from the audience. We ask that all attendees and speakers be respectful, that this is a public meeting, and avoid using profane, derogatory, or insulting language. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes for their comments. We will take public comments from those in the room first, and then take public comments from those who have joined virtually. Clerk Daly will explain how the public can provide comment.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. At this time, if anyone would like to provide a public comment, we have comment forms on the table by the door that you can fill out and designate whether you would like me to read your comment or to read it yourself. Since we don't have a whole lot of people in the room, you can also make your way up to the podium. If you've joined us virtually via Zoom, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. It looks like a hand. If you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. At this time, Chair Vasquez, we have no hands raised and no comment forms.
Okay, we'll ask one last time. Give it one more minute. Is there any public comment?
There are no hands raised, Chair Vasquez, and no emails in our comment box.
All right, thank you very much. In that case, we're moving on from public comment. Next up is consent agenda. All matters under consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by a single motion. Are there any items that board members want to consider separately? Okay, in that case, do I
Mr.
have a
Chair?
motion? Oh, yes, Supervisor
This is
Fowler.
Lena. Yes, I like to hold item number 3 because it's just for informational purpose. I think it's such a great project.
Thank you. Okay, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda items 1 through 6 minus item number 3?
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Horstman, a second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right. We now are on number
Aye.
3. Oh, thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Must be the delay. Okay, so, motion approved, 5-0. We're moving on to item number 3, consideration and possible action to accept the Best for Babies Court Space Improvement Grant Funds as outlined in award agreement Coconino 02282024-1 from Prevent Child Abuse Arizona for fiscal year 2024 in the amount of $10,000 and approve a budget for this award in fiscal year 2024 in the amount of $10,000. And with that, I'll hand it over to Court.
Hi, this is Brad Crossland, Coconino County Juvenile Court. I'd like to introduce online Jill Schult, our dependency manager, to talk about this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning. My name is Jillian Schultz. I'm the dependency program manager at Coconino County Juvenile Court. And we were awarded a $10,000 grant to upgrade a space in our building to accommodate visitation and counseling services for our cases involved with the Department of Child Safety.
Thank you. Are there any questions about the project?
Well, I thought that Mr. Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
I thought that this is such a neat project that it's really focusing on the toddlers and the young children and providing space and improving space in the juvenile court. And it's just really looking at the whole family rather than just having people come through and get their cases done and move. A lot of times, people have their children with them. So that's why I thought this was really needed to be highlighted. Julian, if you could maybe tell us more on that side.
Sure, of course. So we are part of a larger grant that was awarded to us in October of last year. That was a Best for Babies site enhancement grant. So we were one of 3 counties awarded that grant from Prevent Child Abuse Arizona, and it really just changes the way that we serve families who have children ages birth to 3 that are involved in the dependency system. And it really is a family-centered approach. And so our counseling services for that age group, I know sometimes it can sound kind of weird that we're putting infants and toddlers in a counseling program, but it's all dyadic therapy. So it's parent-child therapy. And so all of those services are provided in the context of the family setting. And then it also allows us to do our visit coaching services. And so that's the time that the parents get to spend with their children while they're placed with family members or in foster care. And it really, rather than just kind of watching the visit, we're able to do coaching services where we're able to be hands-on with the parents and help them when different situations arise and any struggles that they might be having, and talk about those challenges and the things that they're doing really well. We're able to build on those strengths and identify those needs kind of as we go through the process. And so this grant will just allow us to have a space where we're able to do that. Additional space, we have a little space right now, and this will give us an additional space to offer even more services to those families.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from board members? All right, thank you very much and really appreciate all the work and look forward to seeing how this funding is applied and see all the pictures of the successes that come out of it. So exciting stuff. Good
For
job.
sure.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Appreciate it. In that case, I have a motion for item number 3. We have a motion by Vice Chair Begay and a second by
Second.
Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, now we will be, I need a motion to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. We have a motion by Supervisor Hess. We have a second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Okay, thank you. Now we have presentation on the wildfire crisis in Coconino County to the Flood Control District Board of Directors. This is the fifth presentation in the series, which will include an update to the Community Wildfire Defense Grant Program, information regarding the status of potential projects within the FEMA special flood hazard areas within the county, and lastly, a brief update on the district's pipeline post-wildfire flooding projects. And with that, I'll hand it over to our Flood Control District.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez and members of the Board of Directors of the Flood Control District. So we are continuing our discussion this morning on the wildfire crisis in Coconino County. And we are going to quickly just review what we've talked about so far in our previous presentation. We had a great conversation a couple of weeks ago with the Coconino National Forest, looking at the Upper Rio de Flag Forest Restoration Project. You see the map here of all the projects that we have lined up, or that they have lined up over the next 2 years. We also discussed the proactive watershed restoration project with Alan Hayden and some of the work he's going to be doing around the Hotshot Ranch there off of Snowball Road. And, you know, just really basically looking at how do we go in before a fire happens to protect the watershed. And then I presented the FY24 budget to all of you, so that this afternoon or later this morning, we will bring it back as an action item to approve that. So this morning, what I'm going to do is update you on the Community Wildfire Defense Program, look at what's going on with the CWPP, Community Wildfire Protection Plan, and our Community Wildfire Defense Grant Program. Lucinda will then bring to you a pipeline flood area update, and Sean's here to also review some of the financials from that. And then Lucinda is going to finish with talking about these FEMA special flood hazard areas. So the Community Wildfire Defense Program, we brought this before the board in previous years, looking at how do we reduce this risk to our communities. You know, over the last, 8 years or 6 years, we've lost 63 homes to wildfire. It's something that I actually feel lucky that we've only lost that many homes. It could have been worse in some of these wildfires that we've encountered. And we know that we're seeing this trend throughout the country, and especially the West, with some of the extreme droughts and just people living in that, what we call the wildland urban interface. And so one of the things, as the bipartisan infrastructure law funded some money towards the Community Wildfire Defense Grant Program, we were looking into that, but what we found is that you had to have a Community Wildfire Protection Plan that had been updated within the last 10 years. And we had multiple plans that were out of date. And so as we looked at this, and we worked with the city of Flagstaff, and they've got their area, kind of the greater Flagstaff area, through the Ponderosa Fire Advisory Council, they were going to update their plan. And so we looked at what is the other need, and the other need is that we have 10 fire districts and 6 tribal communities in the rural parts of Coconino County that really aren't being covered by anything. And we felt that we needed to bring them up to a level of having CWPP in place that can address each of those fire districts and tribal communities. And so we applied through the Greater Flagstaff Forest Partnership, applied for this grant for this rural CWPP. At the time of the submission, we thought we'd hear back in the next 2 to 3 weeks. The latest word we had was, we will know sometime in April. They gave us no specific date, just said in April we will find out if we're awarded that grant. The grant is for $250,000 to do that work. We'll hire a consultant to help do that. And we'll go to each of these fire districts, or combine some of them, and meet with them, meet with the communities, and lay out the plans for them in this CWPP. And again, we're going to utilize the Greater Flagstaff Forest Partnership really to help me do those community meetings and to help write that CWPP. So we're looking forward to this. We really feel that our application was written very well and shows the need that we have, not just in the forested areas in Coconino County, but the areas that are in that juniper shrubland and even some of the grasslands now that we're seeing. So I feel that's going to be a really important part of protecting our communities. Then we have also that we've been working on over the last couple of years, looking into this community wildfire defense program within the county. This CWDG grant, the funding runs out in 2026. So the fact that we had to go get the CWPP and it's going to take us probably close to a year to get that done, it's going to be hard to get any funding out of that. So hopefully that gets extended, but you know, we kind of have to live by the rules of that grant program, get the CWPP in place. But what I wanted to show is that there are other ways to get funding. The Arizona Department of Forestry and Fire Management has the Healthy Forest Initiative grant, up to $500,000 with a 10 to 30% match, depending on the type of work. That shows that there's funding out there. We will be able to go after funding for our communities once we get this CWPP in place. The thing that I bring to it is I say we must work with our local fire districts. That's going to be so important, or some of the tribal liaisons that we have in their emergency management teams. To make it successful, if the fire departments and the fire districts are not involved, then it's going to be a difficult task to get people to kind of get on board. Also, this is going to be a huge public education campaign in a sense. This picture here shows kind of a Firewise drawing of that first 5 feet between your house and out from your house, and then the 5 to 30 feet and 30 to 100 feet. We have these zones of what we need to try to educate people, especially in forested areas, but even in the shrubland areas of that first 5 feet is critical. I've got a video that we're going to post and use that it was done. A fire started, there's 2 mock houses. One has a wooden fence and mulch, like bark mulch up along the house. The other one has gravel along the house and a metal fence. It's a time-lapse video, and in about a 15 to 20 minute time period in time lapse, which house do you think survived and which house do you think burned down? The one that had the bark mulch around the base of it and a wooden fence attached to the house burned down. And it's that, and the other one didn't. And it's that simple to put some, non-combustible material 5 feet from your house and not have wooden fences attached to your house. Those things are essential. And that's the education that we need to get out to our communities, just to let them understand how this works in a community. We see the terrible fires that just run through. Those aren't going to get stopped by much, but these fires with this ember wash coming in and embers landing on your roof with pine needles and all those, that's the educational portion of this that we want to get into. And part of this we're seeing in other parts of the country through what's called a neighborhood ambassador program. It's finding that 1 or 2 people that are willing to take that on and to go out to their neighbors. And it's not somebody from the county. It's not somebody even from the fire. It's their neighbors coming out and saying, hey, we need to clean up our houses, our yards. We need to do this work and become Firewise. That is what makes the difference in a lot of this. So that is what I had to bring as far as what's going on in the communities and how we're going to move forward. Obviously, we need to get the forest restoration work done in the Upper Rio and Bill Williams, but this is going to be that third leg that we're going to be looking at in the future. So I'm here to answer any questions you have on this before I turn it over to Lucinda.
Yes, Supervisor Horstman.
Yeah, thanks so much, Jay. Really appreciate the update. And a couple of things. First of all, the whole concept of doing the rural CWPP, the plan, I think it's going to be an education in and of itself for these communities. Yep. We of course wanted to be first in line for that wildfire defense grant, and I know that there were requirements that prevented us from being able to do that. I think we should still apply. I hope we have a year left. And I agree. It is so important that we look at other grant opportunities. Our fire districts here in rural Coconino County are our first responders. You know, not traffic accident, neighborhood, medical emergencies, and also, of course, for fires. And we saw that, and you know, with both pipeline and tunnel, and they remain an essential part of what we need to protect our community. So anything we as a county can do in conjunction with our fire districts to help promote you know, fire safe communities. I don't know if you can ever be fire safe, but we can at least reduce the risks. And also the fire-wise education is really important. And, you know, by the way, these kinds of of um, pictures that you have, I would love to be able to bring those out with us when we go out to the community and we have these community meetings. And I know we used to have a nice little Firewise
We
brochure.
can get some more of those.
Yeah, I think we should. And, you know, I know some of us who have found trying to get insurance, our homes reinsured.
Yep.
You know, we need to make sure we go through the Firewise process, even to be insured. And I think it's going to be really great for us. And I think the board can also add to the educational, getting the word out on how to make your homes and your property Firewise. So I'd love to get some more of those if I
Great.
can.
We'll
It's a
do
great
that.
illustration.
The other thing that I failed to mention was we met yesterday with our community development staff. You know, so I'm on the comprehensive plan core team, and we're building some of this into that. And how do we use that in a comprehensive plan so that new construction, what do we put in there? What needs to be in our comprehensive plan? But also it helps us then in the grant cycle that we can refer back to our comprehensive plan. So we're going to be working hard to get that in there and make sure it's part of it.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from board members at this time? Supervisor Fowler? Okay. Vice Chair Brigade, did you have a question or comment?
Comment. Thank you, Jay, for the presentation and Lucinda. I think it is really, really important to have public education out there regarding, you know, the issue at hand. And I think just putting it in the newspapers more so, and then the ambassador portion of it, I think that's a real critical area too, you know, making people that live in the area, you know, they can speak to, you know, one another regarding their area, and it's going to bring the community much closer together. So to address, you know, the issues that they have. So I just wanted to kind of mention that, you know, any kind of publicity out there, the cards that you're talking about, you know, that would be great. Thank you.
Yep. Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Okay, in that case,
Thank you. I'll turn it back over then to Lucinda.
all right, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jay. Just to follow up on that, I think it is important too that the tribal areas are at significant risk as well. And we tend to think, oh, it's grassland, it's shrubs, there's not much risk. But when you look at Lahaina, what just happened in Texas, you know, what has occurred in Colorado, frankly, now the worst fires have been grass and shrubland. And of course, those areas aren't heavily populated. So at the same time, those are their residential structures too. And so I think some education with the tribal areas in this process, Jay put a lot of effort into engaging the tribes. And I think that's really important to have them be a part of this process. So hopefully we can engage like through the chapter houses too with that effort. So really thank him for that. So, all right, moving on. Want to give an update. We touched a little bit on a few pieces last week during the budget discussion, but today really want to get into a little bit more detail so you're all up to date because things are roaring. Which is really exciting. You know, this is the overall numbers. You'll see there's a little bit of a disconnect with the map at the end here because of the updates in terms of the costs. We're now at total cost to date at about 48 million. And there's the rundown of what's been constructed to date. Significant amount of work, both on and off forest. and really excited. We are now launching the projects in the Copeland flood corridor. We've secured all the easements. And as you know, we finished a very large fan. You can see it from the highway, particularly now with the snow, you can really see it. And that 40-acre fan, and then completed more recently the lower fan in the Copeland. Now the third phase is underway, and then we'll have one more phase on Forest that will be underway here soon. But really the most exciting piece is within the flood corridor itself, within the neighborhood. We have, I think you're aware that we had, the engineers, Chris Duza has identified two conveyances through that corridor, one at the north end, one at the south end. North end is a 72-inch pipe, so a 6-foot pipe. The pipe at the south end is a 120-inch pipe, 10 feet, big pipe. And then there's actually a little section of pipe that also comes off of the Glodia watershed that flows into the 120-inch pipe. So that work is all underway. They're making very good progress to date. We're keeping our fingers crossed, knock on wood, that will continue. They have the mobile mill, and we'll come to this in a few slides, but the mobile mill, they go back there. The mobile mill has manufactured, I should say, all of the 72-inch pipe for the north run. And then for the south run, they're probably about 2/3 of the way through manufacturing all of the 100-inch pipe as well. And we are doing a tour tomorrow with the media to get everyone out to that area. If anybody wants to join us, we're going to meet up at Public Works at about 1:45 and take folks out. But I also want to get a date set up for you to go out as well.
Did you check the weather report?
Yes, it's supposed to be dry and warmer tomorrow. Hopefully that will remain. But to see this, because it's actually we were out last week with NRCS visited, the NRCS team came up to do a tour, and it's a fairly small manufacturing operation. You kind of think, wow, these great big pipes, but very, very interesting to see this pipe being manufactured on site at the landfill, which greatly appreciate the partnership with the city. They had, of course, a lot of land out there, and they made a little section there available to us to utilize, which is great. The machine itself makes quite a bit of noise, as one would expect. And, when you think about that 10-foot pipe is 10-gauge steel, it's super thick and very heavy. You can only transport one pipe on a flatbed semi at a time. So having the mill here, the biggest thing has really allowed us to, frankly, have that effort dedicated to our project. And it saved us money as well, not having to transport the pipe up from El Mirage. But really, having the control over the manufacturing, and they're going at it. They are way ahead of schedule. We didn't expect them to be done with the 120-inch pipe until well into May. So they're going at it. It's all working really well. So that's really exciting. So Peaceful Way flood corridor, a little bit more challenging. They're working with the neighborhood. We are basically have completed, very close to completing the engineering. We have 5 easements remaining to be signed. 2 of those, I think actually 3 of those were very close to getting signed. And then I think it's 6 actually, and then there's 3 that are close to being signed, 3 others that there is a pretty significant issue that we're working through, and we're meeting with kind of the key party on that on April 10th to try to come to a resolution so we can move forward. And if we don't, I will be back to talk with you about that. So, because obviously we would love to get this started as well. I think at this point it'll be tough to complete it by the beginning of monsoon, but it would sure be great to be able to get at least something initiated. So, I always remain optimistic. Government tank, again, we knew this was going to be a very, very complex area, but more recently, conversations with various landowners are going better. And I'm excited to, that we're going to hopefully be able to move that forward. So some key pieces are in process, but hopefully will fall into place over the next month. And then we'll have a better sense about, are we going to be able to bring this project forward or not? And a lot of work going on with the property owners, particularly there's a couple property owners that own larger sections that are really fundamental to the project. So continuing to work forward on that. We have done a communication out to the corridor to let people know. Of course, always reminding everyone out there, maintain your short-term mitigation, maintain your sandbags and barriers, even in those corridors that are mitigated. The other 6 that are mitigated, people should retain. It's important. We still haven't seen that very much recovery on the mountain. Hopefully we'll get a good grass come up this year with the snow and moisture we've had, but still important for people to maintain their mitigation. As I mentioned, the mobile mill is racing along. It's going really well. Schultz Creek, I think we'd reported on this before, but just want to touch on that. That is the watershed that flows into the west side of Flagstaff. And we completed all of that work this last fall, winter. So all of the on-forest work that the district is managing, that is all completed. The city is continuing with its projects. Parkway sediment basins, which is actually part of the museum flood area that flows into the Sunnyside area, Grandview, that area. We have just about completed. There's one little minor piece that it's just been a little too wet to finalize there, but it is, we've done substantial completion there with the contractor. So that project's looking really good. Exciting to see that work again. The work that the district undertook, both Parkway and upstream, is now all completed, and they are now working forward on the downstream projects. In fact, Monday they closed Linda Vista at the crossing, and apparently it's going to be closed for a year. Yes, that's what they're saying. Yeah, that's been a little interesting, but they have to manage their projects the way they're managing their projects, and that's fine. There's a lot that's going to go on at that intersection. They've got a new crossing, they've got a new channel downstream from there down to Cedar. They've got they're going to reprofile Grandview. They've got a storm drain that's going to go from Linda Vista to the wedge there across from Safeway, and then a detention facility at Safeway. So they've got a lot going on there over the next year to year and a half. And so I think, that's the reason, is they've got a lot going on. And certainly if they can open it back up, I'm sure they will. I'm sure that Linda Vista now is a key corridor for people going to the schools. The schools, going to work at the hospital, the neighborhood. It's going to be very challenging. So in total, again, you'll see the map on the left says 44 million. It's a little bit dated. We just had updated this for the presentation. Relative to this, we're at a total of about 48 million. And that shows you the breakdown in terms of where the investments have been made and by what parties. Of course, the on-forest investment is coming from the Forest Service. Really appreciate that partnership. And then off-forest, of course, is from the Natural Resources Conservation Service, which they were up here and got to go out and see the first set of pipes being laid and the pipe mill. And they're really impressed with how we've advanced this. We just hit, right, Sean? We just hit the 1 year. I think the 1 year for for NRCS is what was like the 9th, and the 1 year for the Forest Service agreement is the 27th was signed. Yeah, so we're not even at a year, and we've made tremendous amount of progress. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sean to cover the financials, and then if there are any specific questions, go ahead. I'm happy.
Yes, we do have some questions from supervisors. We'll start off with the Vice Chair Begay and then Supervisor Horstman.
Morning again, Lucinda. You know, with a Peaceful Way flood corridor that you showed a picture of, I was just wondering, I think it would be nice to report back at the end when projects are completed, where before and after pictures are there. I think that would really tell a lot, you know. So I know that you present a lot, you know, that to us as board members, and I'm just thinking, sitting here, that would be nice to see those after pictures.
Yeah, and we took some video and photos last week, but we had submitted this, you know, to the clerk, the presentation, but we can certainly bring forward those as well to share with you to see the construction that's underway in Copeland. So, but I can certainly do that for the future. You bet.
Supervisor Horstman.
Thanks very much, Chair. And, you know, this just can't go without being said. I mean, this is amazing. You know,
It is
we are
amazing.
about ready to come up on the 2-year anniversary of the tunnel fire, which was April 17, pipeline, which was June 12th, 2022. And so within less than 2 years, we not only as a county fulfilled an extensive emergency response, which quite frankly also encompassed our whole community that took part in assisting with that response. We did the engineering and a great job with our private partners on getting that done. And then getting these projects almost completed. Not to mention that I will. Not to mention, I didn't even say that magic word. Not to mention the fact that during this time, the advocacy of the Flood Control District and quite frankly, this board was able to parlay a emergency federal monies response of over $40 million for this. Flood Control District had 10.5 million towards this, and we have been able to provide a response and projects for flood mitigation that substantially changes the risk of post-wildfire flooding for these neighborhoods. These people were devastated. We know, we were out there, and, you know, I can tell you that the chair, Supervisor Vasquez, you were out there constantly meeting with those neighbors, Supervisor Begay and others. And I just want to say congratulations. It was a countywide effort. It was a community-wide effort. And this is really cool. And we need to have a party. We need a celebration on this.
So let us get done. We still have a lot of work to do. But, and we did that post Schultz. We did have a gathering, and that was really important. And we do need to do that, and we will do that. So
Yes.
thank you. Thank you very much. And it's been a tremendous team effort. And without the board support, it wouldn't have happened. We would not be where we are today. And we think back to Schultz, it took us 3 years before we started construction on anything. And it took us a couple of years to get the funding. And so we're, you know, I think we can say that we've moved this forward. I just got a text this morning from New Mexico saying, we need to talk, we need more help. So, you know, they're still struggling, unfortunately. So, all right, with that, I'll turn it over to Sean.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lucinda, and good morning, Chair, members of the board. Again, my name is Sean Fuyama. I serve as the Flood Control District Business Manager. And so, like Lucinda mentioned, we're going to kind of go over a little bit more in depth the financials when it comes to the Schultz pipeline area and the projects going on. We touched a little bit on it last week when we did our presentation to the board regarding our budget. there's a lot of numbers. So just, if you have any questions, please feel free to stop me, let me know. We can definitely go into a little bit more detail, but just a heads up, there's a lot of numbers over the next couple slides.
But thank you. I really liked your boxes. It made it so much easier for me as I was going through this.
Good, I'm
So
glad.
thank you.
I try to keep things very visual because when it comes to numbers, it is hard to keep track. Like Lucinda mentioned, there's a lot of partners. We've had a lot of support, and because of the support from the board as well, we've been able to gain a lot of funding opportunities that are helping us complete these projects out in Schultz Pipeline. Just to recap, some of the big buckets are the Forest Service through the Good Neighbor Authority Award. It's 42 million, 42.3. And then, of course, we have our NRCS partners who we have two awards with. One is for the pipeline flood area, which covers 4 corridors. That is Copeland, Peaceful Way, Brandis Way, and Wapaki Trails. And then we have a second NRCS award, which is specifically for government tank. Government tank is 27.3. NRCS pipeline, that is the award that we recently went to NRCS to ask for additional funding, which they were able to provide, which is going to help us get through the Copeland and Peaceful Way corridors. We also do have state partners in terms of DFFM. DFFM is supporting us by covering the NRCS matches for the district. They have allocated 10.88 million, which is what the match is estimated to be for all of the NRCS awards. So they've been a great partner as well. And then lastly, we have the general fund loan, which is the 15.5 million that the board of directors allocated to the flood control district. Those funds are what we have been using initially for the emergency response cost, but also to cover any ineligible costs that are associated with the federal awards, because there are some costs during construction that will not be eligible for reimbursement through the federal awards. This next slide breaks down the Forest Service Award, the Good Neighbor Authority Award. And what we wanted to highlight was that in the 9 watersheds, there's been work done, and we've done a really great job of working with our partners, our private partners, our contractors, and they've really focused on getting the best bang for our buck. They've done a really great job. A lot of the awards are coming under estimated costs. There are some that went over. You'll see that middle column, which is what we estimated originally for the cost of the different watersheds. And then on the right, you see the totals. Again, some of them did come in over, but a majority of them are coming in under just because of the great work that they're doing out there. This next slide kind of breaks down the award. Again, there's a lot of numbers, so please, if you have questions, let me know. The original award, as I mentioned, was 42.3 million roughly. The actual cost to date that we've spent against this award is about 18.2 million. That leaves a remaining balance of 24 million, which is going to be allocated to those various watersheds as we move forward. But the real highlight is that because of our partnership with our federal partners, they've worked with myself and the district in really streamlining the reimbursement process. So as of today, the amount reimbursed is the 18.2. So we're doing really, really well in terms of reimbursement from our federal partners. And you'll see the same thing with the NRCS partnership as well. Sure.
I just want to mention the fact that you've only not been reimbursed a little over $35,000 is very impressive. Good job,
Yes.
team.
Yes.
Congratulations.
And I will add that 35,000 is just because it hasn't been submitted yet. So we have a very good track record, thankfully. Yes. So we've spent a little bit more than what's been reimbursed today because we just haven't submitted that next round of reimbursements. This next slide goes over the pipeline award. Again, this covers those 4 corridors: Wapaki Trails, Brandis Way, Copeland, Peaceful Way. It's kind of the same breakdown. The award itself was 31.8. This is with the increase that we requested a few weeks ago. And then it breaks down the current cost to date, and you'll see at the very bottom, we've expended about 8.2 million of the funds for this award. But this is really kind of just finishing up Wapaki and Brandis, and you'll see that there's no construction costs assigned to Copeland and Peaceful as of yet, but we do have estimated costs that we will be looking at as we move forward, as we start continuing that work to do in those two corridors. This next slide breaks down the Copeland corridor. We began construction earlier this month. This is where we're seeing a lot of the work go right now. As I mentioned, Wapaki and Brandis Way, those are pretty much complete. So we're transitioning down into Copeland. This breaks down what our estimate construction costs are. This does not include the technical assistance or engineering. This is strictly construction. And you'll see that it's a big chunk. It's a lot of funding, but there's a lot of work that needs to go into this corridor. Currently, with the 3 projects that we have outstanding right now, it's an estimated cost of about $12.7 million for the Copeland construction corridor, and does include the pipe that is being made out at the pipe mill right now. Correct, yes, and that number is a little bit different, or this number, I'm sorry, is also a little bit different than what you see in your packet. We've had to make some updates regarding some of the numbers. So again, same kind of format, goes over the initial award, it was just 31.8. Cost to date that has been invoiced and paid is about 8.2. The estimated cost for the Copeland corridor is the 12.7. That leaves us roughly a balance of about 10.7 remaining for Peaceful Way. And I think we did recently get the estimate for Peaceful, and we're going to be pretty close. We're going to be pretty close to expending the remainder of the funds. But because, again, because of the partnership with our engineering team and our construction team, they're making it possible. They're gonna make it work, which is amazing. So overall, we've been reimbursed roughly about 6.2 million from NRCS, but this does not include the match portion. So I wanted to keep that in mind. The match is going to be paid for by DFFM, which up to date, they have paid for most of that already. As Lucinda mentioned, government tank, it's a big project. We haven't really done a whole lot. We've done a lot of engineering. We're still working on some of the plans for that corridor. We haven't done a lot of construction yet because we're still waiting to finalize some of the engineering plans. So there's not a lot of construction costs to this award. Most of it is in the engineering. We've expended about 557,000, and NRCS up to date has reimbursed 422,000. So, and again, that does not include the match portion. Now, this slide gives a total recap of the reimbursements. So if you look from the top, it includes the Forest Service Award, the Pipeline Award, as well as the Government Tank Award. And these are the costs that's been expended to date, 27.1 million. And then on the bottom half of the slide, you'll see the reimbursements. And again, Forest Service does reimburse 100% of what we expend. NRCS covers 75%. But then you'll see that DFFM match in there. That makes up the 25% that wasn't included in the reimbursement from NRCS. So in essence, we are getting near 100% reimbursement for all of the work done off forest, in the neighborhoods through NRCS. That's eligible, correct. So 27.1 is what we've expended and submitted for reimbursement. And we have actually, I apologize, that 27 does not include current invoices which have not been submitted for reimbursement. But still, you can see that we are getting a big chunk of what we've expended back through reimbursements through our partners. Now, this slide, I wanted to talk a little bit about the DFFM match. Again, 10.88 million is what has been allocated. through DFFM, which is the Department of Forestry and Fire Management, to state agency. The great thing about this is that we were able to work with DFFM, and they have that 10.88 allotted and basically held for us. So even if the state budget does get impacted and they don't get funded, that 10.88 is held. We have that, and they will continue to cover the match for the district with regards to the NRCS projects. You can see what they've contributed to in the slide, 1.7 for pipeline and 61,000 for government tank. They are covering that match. That is the portion that the district is obligated to contribute with regards to those agreements. Now, I wanted to talk a little bit about the general fund loan. I know we mentioned it during the budget process, but kind of wanted to go a little bit in depth on how that's going. This provides a little bit of a timeline just to remind the board of what the process was. Initially, we had come to the board on July 22nd after the fires that had happened that year to request $5 million in funding from the general fund to help cover emergency response. And then as we started to go through the process, we realized that there was going to be additional funding needed to do some emergency mitigation efforts, as well as continue with the emergency response cost. And so on October 25th of 2022, we did come back to the board asking for an additional 10.5 million in funding from the general fund, which was awarded. And that brought us up to about 15.5 million from the general fund. Now, last year, towards the end of the fiscal year, June 27th, we did receive additional funding from DFFM, which was unplanned revenue. It was funding that was available to us that we applied for and received. And part of the process to help cover some of the ineligible costs is we asked the board to include that into the general fund loan, essentially raising the authority to 20.9 million. So with the 10.5 plus the 5.4 million, it just increased our ability to spend that money and use that for ineligible costs. Now, as you look down the road, and this is something we will bring back to the board, is that currently the plan is to do a repayment of the general fund loan of 15.5 over 5 years, starting in FY 26. And those payments will be roughly 3.1 million for 5 years. The last slide breaks down a little bit of how we've been using the loan. Again, we mentioned a lot of ineligible costs that are not covered by any of the federal awards. Those costs included some of the fall short-term mitigation projects. As you may recall, we did do some burn building projects as well as some channel stabilization projects in fall of 2022. There are also some additional costs related to some of the capital projects, and then providing administrative support in terms of communications to the public, community meetings, just various different expenses that are ineligible for reimbursement through the federal programs. To date, we have expended roughly 20.6 million of that 20.9 million that was allocated. There are some outstanding POs and other expenses that will need to be covered. But based on our numbers right now, we are looking at the end of the year estimate to be less than $500,000 available. And the last time I had a chance to look at it, I believe right now we're trending to end the fiscal year at about 278,000 left in that fund. So, well, with that, I'll go ahead and pause. Again, a lot of numbers, and go ahead and note, see if there's any questions.
Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, these are general funds. This is dollars from the general funds. Do you expect to request some more general funds for this particular item? For these are all emergency and
I'll let Cindy answer that one.
it depends on the what happens.
I think it's very likely that we will, because the ineligible costs that are coming, we don't have enough money left in the DFFM fund or in the, that combined fund of DFFM and the loan. We don't have enough funding to cover what's expected. And so we are, I'll say, but you will see that when we're meeting with the county manager later this week to go over our budget for FY25, and we are budgeting for that within. Now, whether, and frankly, it's a board decision whether, where that money should come from, whether it should come out of the flood control district, which really means it comes out of forest restoration. Or because when we have excess funds, that's where we invest our excess funds, in effect, based on the emergency, right? So, and it'll be a board decision where you want the funding to come from, but we will budget it within the flood control budget, making an estimate. Because right now we have a reasonable estimate for Peaceful Way ineligible costs. The cost, I think most of the costs that the costs that you haven't seen, because this has all been against the NRCS, the ineligible costs are already in there in these numbers for Copeland. Have we taken that number, that amount against the general fund loan? So we've covered the ineligible, which was actually fairly significant there because we had a lot of, it was 1.3 million. We had a lot of utility relocations that were required for Copeland because we were crossing roads, which is where the utilities are, private roads. And then, so we're coming up with an estimate for government tank. The government tank should be, I'm hoping we're going to primarily go down a roadway. I'm hoping that we can be on one side or the other and avoid at least some of the utilities, but we will have utility conflicts. There's no question. And if that goes forward, particularly at the highway itself, there is a major transmission gas line that feeds all that area of Timberline, Fernwood, Wupaki trails that runs along the highway, and we'll have to navigate that in some way, so we're trying to get an estimate together actually right now to get into the budget, like what should we hold for those costs, but that's the piece that's harder to estimate right now.
Just as a follow-up, maybe it's county manager and yourself so when we think about requesting for more funds from the board, is the general fund loan timeline, is that realistic?
The 5 years?
Well, it starts in 2026, so I'm just wondering if that's realistic, if we're over here asking for funds and now we have to start paying back on this side. How do we?
That will be a major discussion point during the budget process. That will be a major discussion point because obviously we want to continue to invest in forest restoration. Otherwise, we're just right back in the cycle again. And, you all know, you've seen the numbers, Joe's here, you've seen the presentation. If we lose the upper Rio, we haven't seen anything compared to what we would be talking about for response and mitigation. This has been a drop in the bucket, right? Compared to what that would look like. So could be very, very, significant, as was pointed out from the NAU study. So that's going to be a conversation, is where do we go with that? And, that's part of the questions that will come forward in the budget process.
Manager Prue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and to the flood control district. I will be very frank to say that there are a lot of pressures on the general fund this year. We also have the expenditure limit issue that we're trying to navigate. And so, we'll have discussions, but again, just as we are on the, in the general fund within the county departments, we're making some hard choices, and the same will be made when we have the discussion with flood control, because again, it's a tough year to try to accommodate the needs of many.
Thank you. Supervisor Fowler, do you have a follow-up question or a comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and that's where I was getting at. We're at our expenditure limit. We have to ask our voters to see if we can override that.
Yeah.
And that's the understanding that the general public then doesn't understand. And here there's challenges ahead of us with we don't know what's the unknown out there, but we know it's gonna cost. But however way prevention, or if there's a
Right.
fire or flood.
Yeah,
There's
absolutely.
a cost. And yet, how do we expend when there's a cap on the amount that we can spend?
Yeah,
So
through the
we're
general fund.
juggling, we're at the general funds, and
Right.
that's the only place we may have the money to do it, but we cannot expend the money.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's, this year, it's gonna be a real tough discussion just because of what we're up against right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
So anyway, that's why I was wondering,
Absolutely.
listening to the presentation. Thank you, Sean, for always explain it to us in a very elementary way. So, thank you.
Were there any other comments by Supervisors? Vice Chair Begay?
Yes, thank you, Sean, for the presentation, and Lucinda. We were at the state legislature asking for reauthorization, and at that time, we were asking, it's so important that, the state legislature to refund the DFMN dollars in the budget. So that was one of the things that we were down there, requesting for.
Absolutely. And I think that you can see the benefit of the DFFM funding that we were able to utilize both for emergency response and for the match, how crucial that has been. And that fund now is not funded. And, your advocacy is really important relative to trying to get that fund. There will be another fire in the state. There's no question. It's not if, it's when. And the state really should be providing at least some base funding. I think we were advocating for 35 million, at least have some base funding in there. And, we'll see how that plays out, but I'm sure we will continue to advocate for that. And they're in a tough, they've gotten themselves into a tough situation too. But I'm hopeful that, because it's going to happen. It's not, again, if, it's when. So
Thank you.
hopefully somewhere else. I hate to say that, but we've had our fair share.
Any other comments by Supervisors? All right, in that case, please continue.
All right, great. Thank you, Sean. All right, so then, another element of the flood control district is the responsibility and authority that we have in terms of managing our special flood hazard areas, FEMA special flood hazard areas. And today, we're just going to kind of initiate this conversation. What my vision for this process is that we're going to kind of initiate this conversation today. Then I think there's a level of effort that the district team needs to undertake to go back through and take the much more current information. We're going to go through a lot of history, so everybody has the same level of background. But there's a level of more current information that we need to now integrate that information in with some of the historic information. Some of the historic information isn't even relevant anymore. And so to come back to you ultimately to have a discussion about when funding is available, which I think is still going to be a considerable time frame. But as funding may become available, that we have a set of priorities. Where do we want to go in terms of investing? And I'll share with you that our district attorneys, Andrew McGuire with Gus Rosenfeld, has emphasized with me on several occasions that this element of our work is fundamental to why flood control districts exist in this state. I mean, they formed flood control districts in 1984, or in the early 80s, the state did, authorized the establishment of districts at the bequest of FEMA, who wanted that local regulatory involvement and to begin to work to reduce the risks within the FEMA special flood hazard areas. And so when you look back at our authorities and where we need to focus our efforts. It is within these special flood hazard areas where we have the direct authority, which is within primarily the unincorporated areas, but also some incorporated areas, including Sedona and Tucson, now Page as well. The other jurisdictions have retained their authority with FEMA, Flagstaff, Williams, Fredonia. But in those areas where we hold accountability and responsibility and authority, we need to begin to develop a capital improvement plan. How do we begin to address the flood threats within those areas? We've only, we've done really 2 projects outside of the post-wildfire flooding in the history of the flood control district. One was a match that was made to the road district effort within Coconino Village back in the early to mid 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005 timeframe. And then the second project was in 2018, 2019 was the Mountain Dell flood mitigation project. So that, because of the continuous investment we've had to make in post-wildfire flooding, we've done very little. We have also supported financially projects within Sedona, some smaller projects within the city of Williams historically under kind of a prior arrangement for management. But, that has all had to go to the wayside because of, tens of millions of dollars that are being spent on post-wildfire flooding. And now, rightly so, forest restoration. Otherwise, we're just going to continue that cycle. So today we're going to kind of launch this conversation, but there's a lot more conversation and discussion that we need to have going forward. So as I mentioned, this is a key function of the district. We've had some, projects that we've done, particularly with Sedona over the years, but we've really struggled relative to the funding given the challenges that we've had. So, and being able to invest in these critical areas. So I want to provide a little bit of history because there is some history in this arena. I will recognize Supervisor Carl Taylor when we came to the board, and I say we, Andy and I came to the board after the Schultz fire and came to the board and said, we need to raise the flood control district tax to make the match on the federal grants then, because we didn't have DFFM funding. He brought up the point that, well, if we raise the rate, I want the rate to stay at that level because we need to start investing in our special flood hazard areas. And many of you know Carl's an architect and owned an architectural engineering firm. And so, and that, and he was right. He was right that when we got done with Schultz, we needed to be able to transition. And that was the intent, was to try to do that. So back in 2015, 2016, we began a set of what we termed initial engineering assessments that were conducted in some of our special flood hazard areas at that time. I'm going to share some of the highlights of the results of those. Again, some of that still say relevant, some isn't. And then I think, again, over time, we need to develop at least a conceptual plan so that when funding becomes available, we can start moving ahead with the projects. So, okay. So where are our FEMA special flood hazard areas that are under the flood control district jurisdiction? So Sedona and Oak Creek, Munns Park, Coconino Mountain Air, a little sliver of Mountain Air, Mountain Dell, Fort Valley, Tucson, and Page. Page recently reverted their single special flood hazard area back to the district. That area has been largely mitigated. There was, when they developed the Walmart in that area, there was a project that was completed. That doesn't mean there may not be other activity there, but I think it's unlikely. And what is an IEA, initial engineering assessment? Basically, it's a tool that in many of these areas, we had not done updated flood modeling using the more substantial and more current, of course, state-of-the-art technology to really analyze the flood flows in those areas. So that was done in these areas as a component of the project, as well as initially identifying some potential conceptual level projects were identified as well. Out of that process, the board identified the priority as actually the priority project was Munns Park. And then second on that priority list was Mountain Dell. And Mountain Dell, we did complete that project, and I'll come back to explain what happened with Munns Park. So there are other areas that were on that list that are special flood hazard that were not noted in that list of individual engineering assessments. Tucson, interestingly, at that time, different council elected to not participate in the IEA, and there was a lot of communication that went back and forth, but they made a decision. Their intent at that time was to take over management and administration of their own floodplain at that time. That was the council's intent. They told us they did not want us to do the IEA. We backed down. We said, okay, that's fine. We'll spend the money somewhere else. And now since then, of course, as everyone's well aware, we've been working with the town. We did complete the flood modeling, as you've seen, for the Tucson area. We identified a very serious flood risk there, and very serious, 10,000 CFS in a 100-year flood. And we've obviously worked with you and about moving forward with creating an administrative floodplain, as well as working with FEMA to remap the special flood hazard area so that it more accurately reflects the risks in Tucson. So that we're working very closely with the town now, got a great relationship there. We're moving forward with that. We supported them with securing a grant to do a comprehensive master drainage plan, which is very important. That's the next step that really has to happen there. And we'll be working with them to support that effort. Sedona and Oak Creek, they were actually in a process of moving forward. That there was a process that was going to come about to remap that area through FEMA. We did co-fund that with the county of Yavapai. And again, we've been working with them to potentially identify future projects in that area. There's a tremendous amount of flow through Sedona during, a 100-year flood. It's significant. There has been a fair amount of work. I'll commend the city and Yavapai, and I think the county to some level, limited success, but we've had some level of effort there to mitigate those impacts. But there's certainly a lot more that can be done there. And with us today is Sandra Phillips with the city of Sedona. She serves as their Deputy Public Works Director and Assistant City Engineer. And we'll be working with her as we move forward here. So we had also, I don't know if I touch on this. Well, I think it comes back to this, but just that some of this highlights some of the information that came out of the IEA's Fort Valley identified, there was very little high hazard area, high hazard being the combination of looking at velocity and depth and flow, the actual flow depth. As you know, it's an old lake bed there in Fort Valley, basically. And so a lot of that area is lower threat area, but there is a lot of flood water. And now we know as a result of as a result of Jay Fuller's study that we've got a significant post-wildfire threat there as well. And certainly any projects that, if we could identify some projects and move forward, those would help reduce down that threat, of course. So won't eliminate it by any means, but it could help manage that a little bit better through that area. So there were some projects identified. Cost benefit was not positive at that time. a lot of challenges with that area, needing to acquire property, easements and so forth. A lot of challenges foreseen there, but that's something we definitely need to revisit and look at once again, particularly given the post-wildfire flood threat there. Kachina Village Mountain Air, we did go through a FEMA remapping process there that was successful in actually removing, I think, about 25 properties out of the floodplain. So that was successful. But still opportunities there for mitigation, very expensive efforts. But we have looked at the potential of doing some more natural channel type work there to stabilize a lot of those channels through Kachina Village and allow them to better convey floodwater. So there was a smaller project identified in the Mountain Air section of the wash that probably is feasible. So those would be the kinds of things we'd go back and revisit. Munns Park, probably one of the most challenging areas. As you know, we're about at the end of a almost, 10, 12-year process of remapping that area, working with FEMA. And this is a large watershed that drains into Munns Park, and with a lot of different complexities there. And identified during this process a project where there's a lot of backwater. There's a downstream, if you think about driving through Munns Park and you go over a bridge where the canyon outfalls, where the water outfalls out of Munns Park, the channel there becomes very, very narrow, like 3 or 4 feet wide, very narrow. Well, it backwaters back in, but one of the significant contributors to problems in Munns Park is it backwaters into Munns Park. And we could see up to 9 feet of water there. It's bad. So we looked at, and Jay Fuller analyzed this, looked at, could we open up that area, that channel, and allow more flow downstream? Unfortunately, that identified that we'd be creating adverse impacts downstream. So we couldn't go forward with that project. That was actually, I think, the highest priority project that had been identified in that first round of IEAs. But that project is not feasible. So there's not a lot of other options there. It's very challenging. We've talked about, as we complete Upper Rio, go forward, looking at flood threat, post-wildfire flood threat for Oak Creek, looking at this area as well. There is some opportunity to reduce down the threat of post-wildfire flooding, which would be a very good investment in this area because it doesn't need any more water than it already can get. So we'll be taking another look at that area as well. But again, that's a very challenging area. And it is important that we're doing the remapping to better, again, reflect the risks there. That just kind of brings up what I discussed. This is the summary chart. I wouldn't put a lot of credence in this at this point, but it gives you some sense about where things were at the time. Certainly the financial numbers are given, inflation are pretty irrelevant at this point. But again, noted there with Munns Park that the project that had been identified is not feasible. So next steps, I think we continue to work with the communities in these areas. And again, as funding, that's one of the other challenges with the flood control district budget as funding becomes available. But I think that will still be some time off because this next year, we're still going to be working through post-wildfire flooding. And we have an opportunity to leverage federal funds over the next 2 years for forest restoration. That still needs to remain a priority. So we're probably looking at some time, but we can begin to work more closely with the areas and identify projects and start, putting together that ultimately capital improvement plan that we'll look at. We're coming back to you and having that discussion about where to prioritize future funding. So So I think that is it relative to the special flood hazard areas. Again, that's just kind of an initial discussion, and we'll have a lot more discussion over the next year to probably 2 years, really looking at this. So,
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Very illuminating. There's a lot of accomplishments, a lot of good things happening, and but then also some real questions and some
Yeah.
real prioritization that
Challenges.
we as a county need to look into and make some decisions. So really appreciate the presentation and look forward to seeing how we move forward as things kind of proceed over this budget process. With that said, are there any questions or comments from board members? Supervisor Horseman.
Yes, and thank you. And I'm really looking forward to continued discussions on the special flood hazard areas. I know that we've had a history of emergencies are us, and those needed to be dealt with. And that doesn't mean that there aren't needs across Coconino County, and you certainly have set forth some of those. And I really look forward. I know that a lot of the assessments were done, not that they're incorrect, but back in 2016. So it'd be great to kind of bring those up for the board to really take a look at it. Some of us were not on the board. I think the only one that was Lena. And so it'd be great to really bring those to the full board. I'd really like to see, how you develop the priorities. Are those still the priorities? I know we've experienced the flooding in Tucson, for example, and since 2016, our environment, as we've known it, has
yeah,
changed.
very much.
And so I think it'll be really great to bring this back, get a deeper dive with the board, with the flood control district, and really decide how we can map this forward. And we hope we keep having these late moistures, which will hopefully reduce our fire risks going forward. So thanks. Really appreciate this as a beginning of a discussion. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hess.
Good morning.
Morning.
Okay, so couple of things, couple of comments, and then deep dive into Munns Park, I guess. First off, I really think the lessons learned from getting all this funding together and working all the crews together, it's huge that, and that's the lessons that we need to take, not just for flood and fire, but throughout the entire county. And I really think how you guys got those grants and how those steps that you went there. I know you captured that on how to, and I know we're sharing that, but I think that's awesome. And maybe we need to deep dive how we learned, what we learned, and how we can apply all those lessons. I think that's awesome. I know you're doing it, but sometimes we can get it, in our own little bubble. Maybe we just need to have the other, staff areas asking for help on how to do that, because you guys done a great job and continue to have to do a great job. Lots of lifting, lots of heavy lifting to get that funding, and really, really awesome to see how you're tracking, and again, like we talked about, the prioritizing and how we've have to go back to looking at that. So I agree completely. I would like to see how the priorities have changed and how we can look at that. I did talk to a couple at the shop about that are from Mountain Dell. They were very happy with that project. So I just want to say kudos to that. It was very cool to have them talk. I took all the credit for it, even though it's Matt Ryan's thing. But I got to take credit for the other stuff. So then thank you very much for having John and Scott talk to me, which you just went over now. We did a deep dive for an hour yesterday, and I think we could have gone for another 2 hours. And we have that, and we might need to. Maybe you and I can sit down just so I can articulate it in a way that you might be able to help me understand even more. And then how that was not feasible. That's gonna be tough on the 5th to bring that to them.
Well, that information has been out publicly for at least probably about 7 years.
Yeah.
So they're well aware of
Yeah.
the fact that that project was not deemed feasible.
Can I ask a question?
Been a lot of communication with that community, a lot of communication.
Sure.
Well, just quick synopsis. Can we be told why it's not feasible? I think that's where the question's coming from, and you guys are talking
Sure.
about, but of everybody else in the room hasn't have a clue about.
Yeah, so
feasibility.
what had been proposed for Munns Park is as the water leaves Munns Park, there is a very, very narrow channel, as I described, very, very narrow channel. So the idea was actually to probably use blast. It's rock, it's all solid rock, is to open up that opening. Like, I think it's 3 to 4 feet now, and they were gonna open it like some larger opening. So that we didn't get at least didn't get the backwater effect into Munns Park. And so Jay Fuller ran some options for being able to do that project, open that channel up. Well, when you open that up, what happens? More water then goes down Munns Canyon into Oak Creek. And we saw that the rise in the water triggered the no adverse impacts criteria, was above the no adverse impact criteria. You know how out in the flood area, every project is going through that analysis so that we can be clear that we're not creating adverse impacts either upstream or downstream. Well, unfortunately, when you open up that natural opening, when you open that up, so much more water was then going to go down the channel. It was going to flood people in Oak Creek Canyon and in Sedona. And above those criteria, those national criteria that we follow for all of our projects. So that then deemed it was not going to be feasible. So that's the, if you ever want to get the details, Scott could give you every detail you want.
No, that was enough. I mean,
Or Joe can as well. But
downstream,
that's,
downstream effects are important, and that's the piece that was missing when you presented to us at
Yeah.
the beginning. So please add that as you're having that conversation,
that's-
because it makes sense, but we just didn't know because we
yeah.
were just hearing about a project. So thank you for clarifying that. So that way we can continue to educate our community about why it's not feasible.
Yeah, that was the meeting. It took me an hour to get that, so you're a lot smarter than me, Chair. So exactly. And then there's a couple other projects in there that we need to hit on, like the dam, how we can't, all the
Sure,
effects
we
that
can talk
there's
through
also
all
a
of
dam
that,
there, yeah.
right.
So there's a lot. So really appreciate it though. Keep it coming. Last thing I had is I won't be able to go out tomorrow to see them. When's the latest, or what is the time frame that we can get out there to do that visit?
We'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
So no, definitely,
it's
we
moving
want to
fast.
set up a time to try to get out. It'd be nice for you to be able to see it while they're still, where I'm hoping that the weather frankly slowed them down a little bit. Because they were roaring. Yeah, to get you out there so you can actually see the mobile mill under
that's-
production. It's very simple, but it's pretty interesting.
All right. Are there any other comments? Supervisor Fowler?
Oh, thank you. And just talking about what we're
Mhm.
talking about here. When this is information from when the prior, we actually went on a
You did
tour.
tour.
I think it'd
Absolutely.
be really great to
Do
take
another tour, absolutely.
take everyone on a tour, because it's amazing to park and say, you are now 8 feet under the water. I mean, it's just being able to drive through Fort Valley, downtown Flagstaff, Munts Park, and seeing where the bottleneck is and saying, how do we address this? We are now underwater. And so, and you look around and you say, okay, who else is underwater?
Right.
And then where's the development going to be? Is there any development that's coming in? How do people address that? So when people buy homes and property, you really need to look at work with our community development, to look at FEMA maps, to find out what their insurance is going to be, what the criterias are. There's a lot to consider in purchasing property out here. And we've been only talking about the Schultz and the what is at hand right now.
Right,
The
right.
emergency response. And then now we have Highway 180, but there's a bigger picture that you are now
There is.
bringing back to us, saying this was the plan, and it still really still is the plan.
Mhm.
We just have to, at some point, pick it back up. But what does that mean, and where does the funding come from? And for that reason too, you know, our advocacy, that I gotta really commend the board here and our staff, our advocacy at the national level is critical because we depend so much on the farm bill also. You know, you look at Good Neighbor Authority right here, our Senator Sinema and Kelly has been just nonstop been working, trying to get that farm bill priorities listed, advocate for it to be passed, but it didn't, and now we're just hopping along with budget, but still, these budget authorities and at the federal level is so important because it hits us directly. And if there's someone that lives out there that says that that doesn't impact them, it does completely, directly impact.
Absolutely.
So, and when we're talking about projects like this, the impact of these natural disasters, it is, we may live in that area. If you don't live in the area, it is impacting the budget that could be used to help you in another way.
Mhm.
Because our focus is on this right now. So anyway, I'm just really happy that is coming back up. I remember having those discussions. It's like
The
at
tour.
that time, we didn't know what we were doing and we didn't realize that. And then FEMA maps had to be corrected.
Mhm.
Now, a lot of work.
Very
that
outdated.
You have, your office has done that is not being revealed right now. There could be, you could write a book about this, all the projects. The county, you know, Andy was involved way back when, before he went to the city. And so it's just so much was done up to this point. Like, you make the studies sound very simple. They're not simple.
It's
You
not
have to
simple.
work with the
Nothing's
FEMA.
simple.
You have to work with all the agencies to be able to complete that. So I just want to appreciate the work that you all have done. You make it sound very simple, but it's not. And it's years in the making. So.
Absolutely. No, I think back, I remember being upstairs and Andy and I having the conversation about, do we take the FEMA grant? Because FEMA was really pressuring the county's flood control districts to do this remapping work. And they had a special grant program to motivate you to participate. I remember standing upstairs and having this whole discussion. Well, do we go ahead with this or not for Munns Park? I think we were thinking it was a 3 to 5 year process. Now it's 12, it's like, really? It's been a big effort,
really has been
huge
some-
effort,
Yeah.
big investment.
Oh, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair. And we just need to stay, we depend on our staff to be able to help us advocate at the national level. And then we're educating, even the state, how they need to be involved and what we need here. And so, anyway, just really appreciate that. So thank you. Mr.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you. No? Okay. I think we're good on this one. Thank
All
you
right,
for the
excellent.
presentation.
Thank you so much for your time today. Appreciate it.
So our next item is a flood control district action item. Discussion and consideration and possible action regarding the approval of funding from the flood control district's forest restoration capital expenditures for Bill Williams Mountain Steep Slope Project of $5.6 million. The Upper Reel, the Flag Forest Restoration project for $2,064,000, and the Tucson floodplain mapping project for $249,565. And with that, I'll pass it over to our flood control district team.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. Forgot to announce my Jay Smith, Forest Restoration Director. I forgot to say that. You guys know me so much. So this is what we presented to you last time we came here and presented on the wildfire crisis. So I'm not going to go into much detail, but if you have any questions, I'm here to answer. Remember, this does give us about $18.5 million in federal funding with these dollars. So it is leveraging federal dollars.
Do we have any comments from supervisors? Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, obviously, we did go over this in great detail last time, and obviously, it is a high priority for us to to get this taken care of. And I know that the Bill Williams steep slope project's been going on for quite some time. Hopefully, this will complete our phase of this project. I know there's probably more work that needs to be done. And the Upper Rio Forest Restoration Project, we have taken a look at great detail in conjunction with the Coconino Forest Service. It has to be a high priority for us here in Coconino County. The potential devastation of the Upper Rio and the devastation to the communities below the west side of the San Francisco Peaks is just too great. And of course, Tucson, we just were talking about the importance of the FEMA mapping projects. We now learned that FEMA mapping there is not correct, and we do need to update that FEMA mapping. And so it is important for us to join our rural areas to make sure that gets done and gets done correctly. So, I know there may be some other comments, but at this time, I would certainly make a motion regarding the approval of funding from the Flood Control District for the forest restoration capital projects for Bill William Mountain in the amount of 5.6 million, the Upper Rio de Flag Forest Restoration in the amount of 2,064,000, and the Tucson floodplain mapping in the amount of $249,565.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Horstman, a second by Vice Chair Begay. Are there any comments before we vote? Yes, Supervisor Fowler. Thank you. Are there any comments before we vote? In that case, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's a 5-0 vote. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're on number 9, consideration and possible action to approve amendment number 17 to the construction manager at risk agreement from RFQ 2023-106 with Tiffany Construction for Schultz Pipeline flood mitigation on forest watershed restoration project. Amendment 17 provides for construction services on the Peaceful Way watershed for a total guaranteed maximum price of $995,000, $180.69.
All right, thank you. This project is next initial phase of on-forest work in the Peaceful Way flood corridor. This project is in the upper reaches of that area, and really is a project that came forward from the Forest Service. This work, it will certainly benefit downstream, but this work was incorporated into the Good Neighbor Authority Agreement because it's restoring the road there. That road washed out numerous times. The Forest Road 420, Schultz Pass Road, washed out of that area. So they're going to be stabilizing that and then stabilizing the channel down below that and above that, which then reduces down the sediment in the neighborhood. So there is a benefit to the district. But this is the beauty of the GNA, as Supervisor Fowler pointed out. When we have an agreement like this with the Forest Service post, wildfire, it also provides them with the opportunity to bring forward their projects that they need in that burned area. And then that way we can incorporate those in, lowers the cost for everyone accomplishing that book of work. And it benefits both people downstream and the Forest Service. But in this case, we're moving ahead because this is part of our commitment to the Forest Service as well for the $42 million that we received. The remaining work in that corridor downstream to the neighborhood won't be done until we secure all the easements. That we will, we will move forward with that.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments on this item? In that case, can I get a motion for this item? Vice Chair Begay with a second from Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right, well, thank you. We look forward to seeing this construction happening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, let's see where we're at. Okay, may I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So move.
We have a motion by Supervisor Fowler. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Supervisor Hess. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
It's actually fun to be at a auction, auctioneer. Going once, going twice, gone. All right, so it looks like we're a little fast and a little early.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if the board chooses, we should go into roundtable now and knock off a few items and then wrap up the day earlier, unless the board has other plans.
Board, what would you like to do? Should we go ahead and go into roundtable?
We've
Or-
missed roundtable like the last two meetings, so I think we should do roundtable.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go into roundtable. And then, yeah, let's go ahead and start off with roundtable.
Right. And then we'll come back after lunch for the budget presentations.
Okay.
So item number 10 we'll start at 1:50.
You know what, before we do that, can we do our legislative update first? That way to give board members a chance to get their stuff together?
And how about a 5-minute break?
Yes, and a 5-minute water break, please.
Greg,
Or bio break.
Thunder and Lightning is teed up, ready to go.
Okay, thank you. We ready to begin? Good. All right, thank you, everyone. So since we're a little bit ahead of schedule, we're gonna move things around a little bit. First up, if we could do our legislative updates, and then we'll go into roundtable. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez and board members. Pleasure to be here with you today. We prepared a state and federal update for some really great news. Our military installations bill passed the Senate 26-6 yesterday. So it's out of its opposite chamber and will be transmitted to the governor. We've drafted a letter and sent it over to the chair's office this morning for his consideration to send to the governor, urging her to sign that bill and expressing our support. So this is a strong example of our strong partnership with DOD, and DOD will also be sending a letter from their admiral to the governor. 1683, the Peace Officers Mutual Aid Agreements Bill, passed out of House Military Affairs and Public Safety Committee last week along party lines 8-7. There were some concerns about the lack of definitional clarity as it relates to an emergency. Amendment language has been drafted in consultation with the sheriff, and Karen Cruz and I have been working to shore up support with the Democrats. We anticipate that the amendment will be dropped on the House floor and expect bipartisan support once the amendment is adopted.
That is great news. So this directly impacts our relationship, working relationship with Kane County out of Utah. So it is very important that we get this passed through. So thank you so much for everyone working on it. And our sheriff's it really directly impacts our emergency response and all just the law enforcement. And we have so few law enforcement in these rural communities, like along the Arizona Strip. So it's that agreement is vital. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from board members? Okay, please continue.
Thank you. And on that line, that bill was testified on by Chief Deputy Axelin last Monday and the La Paz County Sheriff. So it's enjoying widespread Arizona Sheriff's Association support. We're very thankful for Mr. Gowan and his willingness to look at an amendment on his bill. HCR 2023 is the property tax refund nuisance enforcement. This has been transmitted to the Secretary of State for consideration by the voters in 2024, and it would allow a property owner to apply for a primary property tax refund if the owner can document expenses caused by a city, town, or county adopting a policy, pattern, or practice which declines to enforce the existing laws of a public nuisance. Now that the bill will be part of the election process, that really ends our advocacy on it, given that it goes to the ballot. We were advocating against it, but it did pass through on party lines. SCR 1021, sex trafficking child natural life, has been transmitted to the Secretary of State for consideration by the voters for 2024. And pending approval by the voters, it would sentence a person to natural life for felony child sex trafficking. And there were concerns by some members in the legislature that the proposal did not do enough to protect victims who may have been forced into sex trafficking as part of the horrible process that they're part of. And so there's concern that victims could be sentenced to natural life. So that's something to watch. Karen Cruz, big thanks to her. She continues to advocate for the $5 million for US 89. We do not have a final adjudication on that, and budget negotiations have not yet started. We in CSA are working on 1278 legislative vacancies appointments. Currently, the bill would require the Board of Supervisors to act on legislative vacancies within 7 days, calendar days, or 5 business days during in-session appointments and 21 days out of session. So CSA and us, through a communication that Craig put out earlier this week, are requesting that the bill be amended to 10 calendar days during session to ensure that the Board of Supervisors has adequate time for a robust public process to make appointments for legislative vacancies. So the constraining of the timeline could constrain the board's process for how it vets those legislative vacancy candidates. And the bill is moving. It's likely going to pass, and CSA has been taking the charge, and Karen is echoing that messaging with our members. HB 2012, the Department of Forestry continuation, which would reauthorize DFFM for 8 years, is awaiting Senate third read action. We don't expect any hiccups with the reauthorization of DFFM and eventual signing of by the governor. Turning to a budget update, February 2024 general fund revenue collections grew by 29.5% above February 2023. The growth was largely due to state paying a lower total amount of income tax refunds, and the overall dollar amount of refunds issued this February were 34% below the prior year. With the February results, after 2 months of tracking against the JLBC January baseline, the state has generated a cumulative forecast gain of 25 million. And year to date through February, excluding the urban revenue sharing and the one-time dependent tax rebate, FY24 general fund revenues are 5.3% below FY23. So the budget continues to look dim, with most recent projections at a $2.2 billion shortfall. And true to his word, Representative Livingston, the House Appropriations Chair, has not heard any funding bills, including our DFFM bill, RTAC, and others, simply because he doesn't see where the funding would come from. And so there might be some flexibility. The governor's office is waiting for new numbers to come out. While majority leaders in both chambers have largely agreed to a legislative budget with no Democratic input, the governor is waiting for these revenue figures in this month and next month before they'll begin negotiations in earnest. So we'll keep an eye on that. Turning to the federal side, at 2 in the morning on Saturday, the Senate advanced a $1.2 trillion spending package to finally pass the rest of the FY24 federal budget 6 months beyond the start of the fiscal year. This concludes a period of uncertainty with many continuing resolutions and threats of shutdowns over the past 6 months. Secure Rural Schools is a very important program for public safety, roads, and our schools. Reauthorization was not included in the FY24 appropriations package. NACO is working on finding an alternative vehicle to move SRS. The Farm Bill is not likely a solution given the current momentum on this legislation. And the FY25 appropriations package in September may be the next option, but NACO will continue to work with Congress to identify possible vehicles. And they're also working to grow an SRS co-sponsorship list for HR 5030, which is the NGUSA bill to reauthorize SRS. And there have been, since last week's WIR meeting, a number of House Republicans signing on. We are teeing up a letter to Arizona's Republican congressional delegation, kindly requesting their co-sponsorship of HR 5030 to reauthorize SRS. And while PILT was funded at $515 million in the recently passed FY24 budget, it was noted at WIR that PILT is not fully funded because SRS is not fully funded. There's an interaction between the county SRS and PILT payments as it relates to the formula that the Department of Interior uses. So this means that assuming SRS is not secured, there will be a cut in the funding at the county level for PILT. NACO does not yet know the amount of the cut as SRS payments are deducted from PILT.
If I can ask a question here, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that did come up in the WIR, and I forwarded that to both of you because that was a concern different than what we have been, quite frankly, told. And PILT is ongoing, which was wonderful. And they seem to go even further than what you stated. So I think it'd be great to get some clarification. They seem to suggest that PILT won't go forward unless the SRS gets funded. So I think it'd be really good if we could, if you wouldn't mind really getting into the weeds, not necessarily right now, but getting into the weeds so we know what's going on, because PILT is a big revenue source and a necessary revenue source and an appropriate revenue source for us here in Coconino County.
Absolutely. Chair Vasquez, Supervisor Horseman, I did speak with Joe Jackson this morning about the issue. We had an in-depth conversation. And so in the appropriations, it's broken out as two funding pools, but because of that, it was originally estimated that PILT would be a $515 million cost, which was what was appropriated. But because SRS is not funded for FY '24 to fully fund PILT, that causes it to go up to $645 million. Because there's an interaction between the formulas. And so this increase from 515, which was appropriated, to now, if SRS is not funded, to a total funding cost of 645 million, the formula bumps up the total cost of PILT. And so in appropriations, DOI, Department of Interior, has the authority to do the calculations, but according to NACO, in my conversation with Joe Jackson, DOI has not done that yet, so we're awaiting this information in terms of the impact to the county's PILT payment. And the DOI, NACO is reaching out to the DOI and the appropriators to get clarification on this so that we can quantify and have an accurate picture as it relates to the interaction between the lack of SRS funding and the impact to the PILT formula.
That's going to be really important because we could lose $130 million.
Yeah, nationwide. So funding levels have been thrown around right now, but
One moment, please. Supervisor Fowler.
We've been wrestling with this for ever since it started. We're gonna end it. We're gonna come up with a different formula. Counties, get ready, and your roads, your schools. You know, it's just always, and we continue to wrestle like this. So I know WIR and the RAC really takes this into consideration. I think we need to somehow, should we consider a resolution through NACO, this annual meeting that's coming up? Maybe that's something we might want to do, just a suggestion on that.
Supervisor Horseman.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, can you please finish? Because I know you're kind of cut off there and I'd like to hear the rest of it. And yes, and PILT funding, of course, is something we bring up every single time with WIR. And we didn't think we were going to have to bring it up because we thought it was already fully funded. So
yeah, it's a unique situation with a very complex formula where the lack of SRS funding impacts PILT. And it's very complicated even to NACO. And so they're working on that. We're ready to go and support. They're still not sure about the lack of SRS funding as it relates to the impact on the PILT formula. But the estimate being thrown around now is we're at 515 appropriated now. The cost could go up to 645 million to fully fund PILT. And so NACO takes the lead on that advocacy on behalf of the counties in the West. And they're supporting, we'll be sending a letter to our Republican congressional delegation to deal with SRS. But it is a continual problem. In my first 2 years at the county, we lost SRS funding for 2 years. There was discussion at the time with NACO and Headwaters Economics, which is a firm based in Bozeman, Montana, to look at Congress creating a trust fund with an endowment that would sustain and fully fund SRS going forward so that it would not be subject to reauthorizations and continual appropriations. However, there's been change there, and that proposal really hasn't gone forward. We would certainly look at a resolution, but I believe it's well covered in NACO's American County platform as it relates to the importance of SRS and PILT. And that platform endures beyond just the resolution process as a standing policy document that NACO has as it guides the advocacy of the association on behalf of the counties.
It is. Yes. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay.
Chair Vasquez, board members, thank you. Turning to some good news now, as a result of the appropriations bills that were passed at 2 a.m. on Saturday and signed by the president, the county has secured an additional $638,000 in congressionally directed spending for FY '24. And that would go to emergency management for emergency operations center enhancements, including a switching system and a second mobile command post, which is incredibly valuable for a county our size, where we could have multiple simultaneous events occurring. So this really boosts the public safety and readiness posture of the county as it relates to responding to those events. And so that brings us to about $2.638 million brought in FY24, which is a very difficult year for congressionally directed spending due to the debt ceiling limit negotiation, as well as the uncertainty of the appropriators and the Congress in delivering the budget 6 months beyond the start of the fiscal year. So with that, we have learned some additional information as it relates to FY25 CDS requests that Keith would like to bring forward today as it relates to new guidance on the rural development requests for the Tribal Nations Service Center, as well as the final cost for the flood control EOC joint facility. So with that, Keith?
So half of it is good news, so we're partway there. So
Give us
yeah,
the bad
there's just
first.
we've started submitting the congressionally directed FY25 requests to the Senate offices. The House portal isn't ready yet, so we'll see what kind of guidance they give, but the senators have been our best vehicle over the last couple cycles anyways. So with that, there's two updates. I did send out an email. You probably haven't had a chance to look at it because I sent it out right before I came down here, so it's probably about 30 minutes ago. And I did see I have to change one period to a comma on the dollar figures, but I think you'll be able to figure it out, so I'll fix that after this meeting. But the first one is a simpler update on the Joint Operations Center. We have a total project cost now with a projection with more precise figures. So we have $4,324,758 instead of 4.5 million or whatever we reported before. And then the congressional request there then is roughly 3.2 million with a local match of 1.081 million for that one. So that's the fairly simple one. The other guidance we had, which is a change from the last time we submitted a project in FY23 on the Tribal Nations Service Center. And we're trying to get clarification. So I reached out to Joe Russell today to find out, but we heard, I think Tom heard from USDA that there might be a 45% match, and they're basing this off a formula that's based on population size of communities. And I believe they're doing this. Tuba City is not an incorporated community, but it is a census designated place, which falls in the range between 5,000 and 12,000 population. And on their community facilities grant match, communities with that population size, it's a 45% match. We're going to find out because in 2023, they didn't require a match. We're going to see with whatever they did that time, if that's still possible. If not, I've produced 3 different scenarios. If that 45% match were applied to the entire project cost, including the part that was already awarded, it would be it wouldn't be a very good deal, and we're hoping that isn't the case. If it's applied only to the balance, that's a little bit better off than we're putting in. We would put a local match of 7 don't require the match, but it sounds like they might. So does anybody, those are then the other 2 projects that we're submitting, there haven't been any changes yet, but I will send out updates if we do get additional guidance, because once the process starts, sometimes they change the rules in the middle of the game, or especially with the House, they might adopt some other things or possibly could even cancel some buckets of funding, but I don't think the things we're seeking for, I don't think we'll get caught out of any buckets. So any questions?
Thank you. Supervisor Horstman.
Yeah, just a comment, I can't believe that we already were awarded it, so it's hard to believe that we're gonna have to now do a match on something that's already been awarded under the under the terms that it was awarded. So it's hard to believe that. But with regards, I mean, I hope that it isn't a match. Having said that, we, the board, do and have made a commitment to go forward with Coconino County Tribal Service Center. And when we looked at it on our budget, we even, as the board, knew that it wasn't, that the congressionally delegated monies weren't going to be enough. So the intent was to set aside some additional funds out of the general fund to complete this project. So obviously, anything we can get to help us complete the project's going to be well received, and I hope we don't have to do the matching funds. And I absolutely cannot believe that the matching funds would go back to something that was already awarded to us last year. So, but let us know, because obviously that's going to be important for us in our budget going forward.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So
County
again,
Manager.
this is new news to us as well. And so we did provide, we'll be meeting, but again, it's just another pressure on the general fund. This was not budgeted at that amount. And so we will be looking at options, which may include value engineering projects. And so again, as much as we don't want to do this, we'll be looking at it from the standpoint of priorities of the general fund. So thank you.
If I may, just to add that we are, with the environment that we're working in, we do have changing guidance. The House can adopt new guidance based on what the Senate's putting forward. And so as we're working through these submissions, new information is becoming available, and we are in close contact with our federal partners at Nexus Consulting, as well as Senator Kelly's office, who's been spearheading much of this. So we try to provide the most and best information that we can as it's changing.
So you're going to say the good news, and Keith is going to come forward with the bad news. Is that what's going on with the two of you?
Good cop, bad cop.
The good news was the beginning that the operations center, the county match went down a little bit from the original projection. And the other thing I'll say is I think you're probably right. They probably wouldn't claw back on a previous award. So that is a worst case scenario. And we're hoping that it won't be that option C, but it could be B, which isn't great. But that at least the county's match there would be under $1 million. So at least that's, every little bit adds up. But
Million here, a million there, yeah.
any other questions or comments?
No, I think we're good. Thank you for the presentation. Supervisor Fowler?
Just want to thank you and Bob and Anna and Karen for just constantly tracking what's going on. There's so much that's happening, and the news is different every day. It changes by the minute as every day goes along. So it's a very stressful job. So just want to thank you and the whole team.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. It is very good days and bad days, and we adapt and move forward as the guidance changes, and continue to communicate and effectively communicate those changes with you as the policy makers for the county. And just really appreciate your support and patience as things change and we do have to pivot and modify.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
With that, that concludes our report for today, unless there's any questions.
No, I think you're good. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chairman.
Next, we hand it off to our county manager. You guys, manager's update.
Yeah, do we want to show the calendar, Lindsay? Let me just pull up. Yeah, we'll just comment briefly on the calendar for the next couple weeks. It's in your packets as well.
Just where do I have it?
Yeah, it's changing every day. So as we're pulling that up, tomorrow, the 27th for this week, we have activities. The United Way kickoff annual campaign luncheon is at 11:30 on the 27th. You see that on there. I think we posted for quorum for these items. Also on the 28th at 4:30 is the Sustainable Building Awards at CCC, and that's been posted. And then on the 28th, between 9 and 11, the governor's office and ACA, the Arizona Commerce Authority, is going to be having a listening session on broadband and BEAD, I believe. Little America, it's not, did we post quorum on that? Okay. So again, we would like to hear from board members. If you do plan to attend, we do want to make sure that we're posting quorum. So I've got at least 3.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and post for quorum. Okay. Next week on the 2nd, let me go back up real quick. On the 29th, I skipped one thing. We're doing a special session to canvass the results of the presidential preference election. And that's on the 29th, Friday at 11:30. It'll be a quick meeting. That is virtual, correct, Lindsay? Okay,
We're actually planning to do in-person and virtual.
okay.
In case there's any
Oh, in
public that,
case of,
we did add a public comment to the beginning of that, or we're planning to, we haven't finalized the agenda. In case there's anyone that shows up that wants to provide public comment.
then on the 2nd, you see we have proclamations on the agenda for the 2nd, and then we have a single item, actually, the county manager's budget is going to be presented to the board. And again, this is the information session that we've been having similar to other county departments in roundtable. So the 2nd looks like it's fairly, I'm not going to say it because it'll jinx it. I'll just leave it at that. The 9th, we have 9 o'clock, the 9th rather, 1:15. Special session, we have budget presentations from Justice Court, Legal Defender, and the Sheriff and Jail. And then we have an evening meeting, and that agenda is pretty drafty at this point in time, but we do have a community development item on that agenda for Deer Park, and that is in District 3. And then I'll just go on to the 16th. We have a special session and budget presentations, mostly with the court partners. So clerk of the court, public defender, constable, public fiduciary, county attorney, adult probation, juvenile court. So it's going to be a fairly intense day of budget from our CJ partners. And then the 18th, CSA Medium County Caucus. We're posted for quorum. The 19th, we do have our board retreat. And I did in my weekly report make a comment on the board retreat topics. And so we'll be wanting to get information because we want to provide the agenda to you all week before. That is our goal. 23rd, you see there, proclamations, another installment of the wildfire crisis in Coconino County. And then we are doing a budget retreat that afternoon. So I think that's as far as I'll go. It gives you a flavor of what, excuse me, what the upcoming weeks look like. And I know on the 9th, Chair will be out of town, and so Vice Chair Begay will be covering that assignment for that day.
I will be on the meeting, but just virtually.
Okay, thanks.
April 9th, which is 2 weeks, I believe, from today.
Right.
Supervisor Horseman?
If I may, I think you also need to plan for a quorum on April 21st, RK dinner coming up, 5 o'clock. I know that's Earth Day, and you may need to do a quorum there too.
Okay, cool.
Birthday's on the 22nd. I'm just messing. It's on my birthday. That's why I always like to say that.
Okay, and so those are the comments on the planning calendar. For my report to the board, I just want to pull a few items off the report that I provided to you over the weekend, the updates. This last Saturday, we accompanied Supervisor Fowler to Mayor Riddle's funeral in Kanab. It was, obviously very sad. It was a big turnout, and so we have also offered to the town of Fredonia our employee assistance program services for employees that would like emotional support. So again, our condolences to the community. Audit status, our 23 financial audit is going to be released, I think, on Friday. And so it's good to have it done. We are completely in tune and caught up on everything. So credit, kudos, and appreciation to the finance team for all the work that they're doing there. We're meeting this last week and this week. We're having discussions with departments on their budgets, and this is in preparation for their coming to you all on the second installment. So again,
what we've done this year, and I've said it before, is to split up the presentation so the departments are providing background information, context, trends, challenges, successes as well in their presentations. And then we will be doing budget retreats in April to get into the budget and the increments. And so, again, we've been spending some good quality time with departments and elected officials last week and this week on budget, and that's been very positive. Good stuff. Last Friday, we had the CHOC, the Coconino Hispanic Advisory Council, had the Cesar Chavez breakfast, and I won't say more because that's a roundtable item for board members to report on, but it was a blast. Dental Days is coming up, and this is the collaboration that our Health and Human Services has with a number of dental partners in the community. And so that was included in your report, and that's happening. And then appreciation or congratulations to Supervisor Fowler for her appointment. But that's again another point. That's a report out from the board, so I'm not going to steal anyone's thunder. I do want to just finally say a couple other things. Appreciation to the elections and the recorder staff for conducting a relatively flawless, if not completely flawless, election for the presidential preference election. Those two teams have rocked it, and so we have such a good collaboration with us and the recorder's office. Again, good stuff is happening there. Office moves, a lot of stuff happening upstairs. We've relocated the clerk's office across the hall, communications, economic development, sustainability, et cetera. So you see a lot of things happening upstairs, and it helps provide, better use of space. And then bringing back to the county two programs that have been remote since COVID: economic development and sustainability. And so those two offices will be moving back into the building here. I think those are the highlights of my report to you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if our deputy managers have anything to offer. If not, we're here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. And I do want to say that I do appreciate the new format that you've been using for your chair's report or your manager report. It is very helpful to get that summary and be able to know what's going on. So thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you. Back to you.
All right, thank you. Unless there's any questions or comments at this time, let's go into roundtable. Would we like to start one?
Want to start
after
one?
Unless, okay, hold on. Does anybody want to go first? We have 25 minutes.
We'll make it, right? First, I want to say I really miss having Keith and Gregory in that closet that goes down the walkway that I usually go to my office. I really miss seeing them, and it's really been quiet without them. I want to point that out. All right. Yeah, really. I'm gonna, obviously we haven't had a roundtable for a while. There's been a lot going on. I'm only gonna hit the highlights. I don't think we need to know where I went to lunch, but just a couple of things. I want to congratulate High Country, our animal shelter services, who just had their 5th year anniversary. It was a wonderful event. Both the chair and I were there. And they did a great report on what the services they've been able to provide throughout Coconino County. It said they placed 11,000 animals. When you consider the size of Coconino County, that's just incredible. Also, just moving on, continue representing the county on the Rural Groundwater Management Working Group. We continue to advocate and try to convince our state legislature of the need that we in Coconino County and other rural counties have and need in order to manage our own water future. We were working very closely with the governor and with our consultants to try to bring forward a real groundwater management piece of legislation. Once again, that did not even get a hearing at the state legislature. And said instead, they offered a very cynical Senate bill, which quite frankly undermines our attempt to try to gain rural groundwater management. So once again, we are back to the drawing board, and we will get nowhere with this legislature on being able to manage our own water future. Next, and a much more positive results, the county joined with the Havasupai tribe and called and coordinated a meeting of the regulatory agencies on the Pinyon Mine. And it was a very short notice. It was a hybrid meeting in Tucson, and we were able to get pretty much all of the regulatory agencies, both on the state and national level, to be present we had 6 different tribes that are affiliated with the Grand Canyon, as well as other interested parties. Forest Service, ADEQ, EPA, Mine Inspector, ADOT, DOT, probably forgetting some, but it was a good turnout. The mine representatives were there as well. It was a very informative meeting. We got a lot, but not all of our questions answered. And it is a ongoing meeting that the county will now host and chair as we move forward with the Pinyon Mine and the hauling and transportation process. Next meeting is scheduled for the middle of April. Again, these are informative meetings, informational meetings intended to get the regulatory agencies, the tribal nations affiliated with Grand Canyon, and interested parties together and increase our communication as we move forward. And Supervisor Fowler has been instrumental in this. She and I are representing the Board of Supervisors on these meetings, and will continue to provide updates to the board. And I want to thank the county manager's office and also Gregory and Keith for really taking leadership on this. And it really was thanks to your efforts that we were able to get everybody at the table in such a short notice. So, and then we had both Supervisor Fowler and I were invited to Supai, the ancestral home of the Havasupai people, the base of the Grand Canyon. We went down with Region 9 of the EPA and the ADEQ and got to meet with the tribal council. It was an incredibly informative meeting. I think it provided an impression on the EPA and ADEQ on the importance of this mine and the importance to ensure that proper safety and environmental protocols are in place before they continue a mining operation that does, in fact, increase the potential contamination for a beautiful place such as Supai and, of course, our Grand Canyon. So that's why we're working together, why we're getting all the regulatory agencies and the mine together in order to ensure that proper protocols and protections are in place as the mine moves forward. Also, got to meet with RE Wind Power, which is another wind company who is looking to partner with more wind energy projects here in Coconino County. As we know, we have a big one with Babbitt Ranches and also with the Peren also wind energy farm. And as Billy Cordasco often says to me, Coconino County is becoming the renewable energy county in not only the state, but the country. And so that'll be very interesting as we move forward in the whole renewable energy field. And I know we're looking to have a renewable energy summit to really bring our community into the discussion. Cesar Chavez was fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And that's all I'm going to say, because I'm sure we're going to hear more from our chair, who really hosted it in conjunction with the county manager's office. Again, great job, really great event. Both the chair and I were able to be in attendance with Supervisor Fowler for the Viola Awards. And it is always so amazing to attend those awards. You know, we have such a creative community. And, you know, the Viola Awards just kind of bring it all together in one place at one time. And it was a fun event, a great event. And the chair and I were able to introduce the Impact Award for organizations which was really fun, and it was great to be a part of it. As you all know, on behalf of the board and on behalf of Coconino County, I continue to sit on the WIR board and continue to advocate for our public lands through the WIR board. We had an interesting meeting with the Nature Conservancy where they talked about really renewable energy and clean energy and just across the West and how Western part of the United States is becoming, really the breadbasket, if you will, of renewable energy. And then we, of course, as a board, attended the CSA conference, our meetings down in Phoenix. We received a great update from them. I continue to sit with the representative for LPC and continue to work with Gregory and Keith and my alternate, which is Lena Fowler, on trying to advocate with this legislature on important issues affecting our county. And then last but not least, I am asking this board, please, at the next April CSA, please be present or at least provide your proxy. My term on WIR is up, and I will be running for re-election to the WIR board on behalf of Arizona. So I appreciate your support as always and your continued support on that. And that's it. See, look how quick I did it. So
I'm impressed. Record time. Just kidding. All right, next up, District 3.
All I gotta say is money talks. If you want my vote. No.
not on this board.
Not on this board. No, no, it's very good to go to the CSAs and I'm proud of you for what you do on that. And that's important. And you definitely have my vote for that to continue. So going in.
Did you hear that word might? What the?
It is a slip, sorry. Going over this month, it's been a very fun month. Been learning a lot. I got to attend my second recovery court, and there was a lot of county support there. And I think like the Judge Reed really appreciates seeing us there and recognizes us. And I still think that's a very, very important piece to our community. And I think I'm going to still keep supporting that. So I got to attend that. I got to attend my first CHAC meeting. So for CHAC, that was good because we got to lead into the breakfast we had. And so it was very good. County manager for putting that together with your staff because there was a lot of fear on that call. They were really stressing about putting it together. And I'm sure the chair will talk a little bit more about that, but very impressed how we got that together. And it was a way, way bigger turnout than we had anticipated. So very, very good on everybody get that going. And it was great to be part of that discussion. And I want to continue that. March 7th, I got to go to the STEMI Awards with the chair, and that was very fun. I learned more about Flagstaff than I ever thought was possible. How many pieces of just with NASA, how many things we've done. So that was a great opportunity to learn a lot and support the young ones that are actually probably going to be the leaders of our scientific world. I also got to go to the Executive Leadership Academy graduation, again put on by the county, and wow, that was super impressive, and got to really show my support for that. And again, that was something that we got to continue because that's something you don't see outside of the realm here. So to have that kind of leadership development is important for our own growth and for the people that are our community to have that kind of leadership training. I got to go get out of the office and go to Williams and meet with Judge Crombie and his staff. That was very, very enlightening and very helpful to my district. So starting that process of really starting to do my community outreach and get to know everybody in my district and really learn a lot from Judge Crombie. He's been around a while and he knows a lot, and he was very helpful. So again, thank you to his staff and Judge. Then probably the biggest thing I got to represent on just Saturday. We got to go to the Arizona Forward Environmental Excellence Awards. Unfortunately, we didn't win, but we were in the largest category. And probably the most, there was some, what was it, Yuma, that one? Yuma's river restoration was impressive, and they deserve that award for sure. Rogers Lake is still an impressive feat that we did. And again, I'm taking credit for it, even though, you know, that other guy probably led the way. And it was really good to be there and represent. I'm telling you, Flagstaff really represented. They won the Mayor's Award, Andy. So we got to have the Mayor's Award, and you probably can talk about that. And then also Habitat for Humanity won an award. Was there another one?
Habitat for Humanity of Northern Arizona won for their affordable housing project.
Affordable
They won the
housing, yeah.
Concordia, Concordia Award, and then the city of Flagstaff won the Mayor's Award for the library entrance project.
Yes.
So if you're in the downtown area, please check out the library project.
So both of those were very good, and that was a great turnout. And we definitely, as Northern Arizona, showed up with some amazing award nominations and wins. So, Chair, that's all I've got. I'm keeping it short and simple.
You know, Chair, I'd like to point out, when you and I both attended that award, Coconino County, in fact, did win.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I know. I'll blame it on that guy again.
No, good job. Thank you very much for your presentation. Next up, District 4.
Yes, thank you, said, Lena said she'll do my report for me. But anyway, her, because of the ruralness of our count, our areas that we work with, we kind of have like the same things going, going on. So, tomorrow there's going to be a grand opening and a ribbon cutting over at the Bird Springs chapter in 71. And there are going to be a lot of guest speakers there. Blue Nygren and Jonathan Nez will be there. And then also and the council delegate, they're going to be there to talk about during that time. So if you can recall, there was a big flooding that I had reported way back in one of my meetings where a water was taken out by a road was taken out by water during the floods. But anyway, we were really involved during that time. They called our office that we need help, and so we went down there. And come to find out, there was like 7 families that were displaced. So quickly, our office contact people, and we managed to get the 7 families to get lodging and then also meals, within for about 3.5 weeks. So they really want us to be in attendance tomorrow, and we're also on the panel and for discussion of, as a speaker. So I just want to say that, I'm really glad this is happening, and that it took Navajo County and Coconino County to help, in that way. So I just want to thank Fern Benali, who is the county board supervisor for Navajo County, for really being there also, and we kind of double team to get the area cleaned up, and we're pretty much having that grand opening now. So thanks to appreciate that. Western Navajo Agency Council meeting we had last Saturday. There's a lot of reports that were done. Some of it was on the opinion transportation, uranium transportation that took place. We did the report on that. And then what the county has done. They were asking at one point, what has the county done? So we told them that was a resolution. We had a resolution opposing the transport of the uranium. And then also a letter to the governor was sent, and to the state, we're really not just supporting the transport, and that there will probably be other events that will be coming up, or plans that might be done, to see what else can be done. So in the same meeting, the Western Navajo Agency Council also is really opposing the hydrogen projects that are within, including the pipelines on the reservation. So I thought that, that's another area that's almost similar to what's going on with the Pinion mining. So those are the 2 big issues that they had, during that meeting, as as going forward and trying to resolve those. So, and one of the other ones that they were talking about was the meeting that I went to was, the Bennett Freeze, relocation of families at one point in time. And, now there's meetings going on everywhere where, their children were small when they were relocated, and now, they're still in homes, and that, they want to get homes, see what else can be done for the kids at the time are having their kids and their families. And so that's also a big issue that, that's being talked about on the reservation. So, I'm glad to report that with the efforts of our office and then others, that there was a 1 mile of road in Count Springs and Head Start area um, that that was paved. And so, I think we brought that up in the transportation meeting at one time, that we really were aggressively talking about, that area, because all our bus routes, those are things that we talk about, on the reservation, and not only in the reservation, there's a lot of uh, our roads are not really maintained. Um, and although, we have BIA schools, and then we have the public schools, and then we have the boarding schools and the public schools, yeah, and other schools and also other departments, and they utilize these roads. And so how the talk is, how do we bring everybody together to help one another? I know we do have an MOU and MOA or with the BIA, but that has not been finalized yet also, as we know. And there's going to be a meeting that's going to be rescheduled, and we really need to take care of that, because my issue is the safety of our staff. And we don't want anything to happen and have the county liable or BIA liable, or whoever we're in agreement with. So that's that's something that I'm still really strongly advocating for. Um, so, so, and then we had the Southwest Tribal Technical Assistant Program Summit. There were a lot of presenters there, and anywhere from um, the Federal Highway Administration was there, the Federal Transit Administration, Region 9 was there, BIA, Mr. Leroy Gishi was there, their departments, and then the Bureau of Indian Affairs in Western Region, and all others that were invited to come there. And they did breakout sessions, and those breakout sessions were real good. And some of them were like open discussion forums that were done, and they individually did their presentations, partnering, how to partner in tribal transportation, road maintenance, aggregate resources out there, writing a RFP for design and engineering, grants administration, once you get funded. They even talked about electric vehicles, autonomous and electric vehicles. So it was a good session, and I really enjoyed this, because at the end, everyone was in agreement that, transfers is one of the biggest issues we have on, anywhere on, within our county. So, and that there are a lot of fundings out there for bridges, and there's a lot of funding out there for roads. And the question came to the Navajo Nation, why, if there are fundings that, why are we not, going after those dollars, to help, in rural communities. And basically they said, we just need a grant writer. We need someone that knows how to write grants. And the staff are doing that, but the staff said, a lot of times they don't get funded. And then also, there were some issues, an issue that was brought to us regarding from some people from the Donny Park, after we went to a fire district meeting that was held by Donny Park. And the Donny Park area plan was put together, and there's always been an issue with the Horseman Lodge. What is the status of it? What is it going to be used for? And so we end up meeting with Twin Arrows, and basically, that Des McNeely, myself, and we sat down, talked about it, and also with Twin Arrows representative. And so the plan is going to remain as is apparently. So right now we're trying to get a general statement back to the to make sure that we get the proper verbiage out there to Donny Park residents. So that's what's happening right now. Once that comes back, it's being reviewed by Twin Arrows, and now will be released to the back to the Donny Park residents. I also did meet with RWE, the wind power that Patrice met with. They gave us a lot of information about their plans on as far as how what type of things that they've done, even as far as planning, like engineering, the environmental stuff that they've done, and then also take into consideration, all the cultural, the visual noise, shadowing, the night lightning, things that were issues that things that they had to address were all addressed. So, and the only thing that I brought to their attention was that it's come up at Cameron chapter that they have an issue with probably the noise because there are livestock in the area, and they reassured us that they would go back to Cameron chapter and see if there are any other issues, that they need to settle with them, because some families live just right within 3/4 of a mile from this project that's going to be brought up by RWE. So that's another thing that that happened. So, and then all in all, just attending little meetings here and there, but I'm not going to be bringing those up. But I just want to say thank you, for all the people that have been bringing issues to our office, and that we're helping, however much we can, to even just for technical advices and technical assistance and where they can get it. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Supervisor Fowler, District 5.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair and Board. Yeah, it doesn't let up, does it? So thank you, Patrice, for providing the updates on the Pinon Pine Mine and our trip down to Havasupai. It was these meetings have been very productive, and just bringing people together as we envision having a working group and everyone reporting out exactly what they're doing and learning from each other, basically, and having one report that goes out. And it's working out just the way that it was envisioned, so I'm really happy with that. I was appointed by the governor I received a letter saying I'm appointed to the Route 66 Centennial Coordination Group. So thank you. So we are represented on this important event, 2026. And so we are involved in the Mother Road and Main Street of America events that are to take place, and we're all going to be involved in that. So it's going to be really great. When we were driving to Havasupai, we started seeing these signs, the Burma-Shea signs, and and then Seligman, I'm starting to really learn about Route 66. Seligman was the first Route 66 commission that was formed. And then since then, there's 14 more. We have 8 states, and we have international commissions that have been formed for Route 66. So this is a worldwide phenomena, and just the Route 66, there's historians and there's books on it. There are the revitalization of communities, and I-40 really really, I guess it just ran straight through America and kind of took out some of the pushed some of the communities aside, like Seligman. And so the community came together and decided, hey, we're not a foregone community. We're going to revitalize. And so anyway, it's just very interesting. As we go along, we'll learn more about it. We're still doing taxes. We stopped taking our taxes on uh, um, April 8th, so we can close out all what we have in dock at that time. We have 2 more community outreach that is on page on the 5th and the 6th. Those will be the last ones. We've had them out in Fredonia, as we do every year. We have several events out there. Thanks to Miranda Morales with our Public Works for helping us to spearhead this. Really appreciate her. And thank you, Chris, for allowing her and County Manager. This has been a great, everything we do is a team effort, so thank you. We are working on the Grand Canyon Outdoor Economic Conference. The name changes quite a bit. We're still trying to put it together. I want to recognize John Stanfield, who is now our Economic Development Director, and if he is on, he can add more to it. I don't know if he's online, but we're looking at October 28th to the 30th now. And that leads into the balloon regatta. So book your rooms now. Let's all get involved. We're really looking at northern Arizona and also the southern Utah. Kane County was in a meeting with us this last meeting. It's October 28th to the 30th. And we have sketched out thanks to John and Deb for sketching out the 3 days and possible things that we can do. We have all of the National Park Services, public lands agencies involved, and we're trying to just go across the board and trying to involve everyone and bringing ideas to the table. So we meet every Monday, and that's how we're not every Monday, every other week, just so we can, every week on Mondays, just so we can put everything together. We have our broadband meeting tomorrow. We're starting to pick that back up again. People have been asking us to have our monthly meetings again now that the BEAD money is going to be out, and there's actually going to be announcements of allocations of BEAD dollars at some point. People are putting their plans together. The challenge is out there right now. We have our meeting here on the 28th with the governor's office and the ACA. It's going to be here. We're also having our broadband meeting. It's in Page. We're having it at the city hall, and we're having and the big announcement there is that, as you all know, I've been working to have Arcadian agreement amended or rescinded or something with Navajo Nation. Well, the only thing we did is we took the exclusivity word out, so it doesn't have exclusive rights on the highways across Navajo Nation. So with that, things are starting to move, and we're going to have a lot more presentations and updates from Navajo Nation tomorrow. So we have a Zoom link, so tune in. We have our first responders network. We've been doing this for since 2012, I believe. And I want to thank our sheriff for being involved in this, our first responders Colorado Plateau network. We started with it, calling it a law enforcement, and then they said, well, what about first responders? So we have a lot more team that comes in. And then the dispatcher says, what about us? So we have included the dispatchers and others involved in this conference. It's been, it's a one-day meeting, and we just provide updates. Everyone introduces their new employees, and it's a really fun meeting. The Navajo Nation Police Department, Hopi, we all met, and they were very excited about it. That meeting is on April 28th. It starts at 10 o'clock. We have lunch, and that's where the real meeting takes place. They all get to network, and we have just a fun time at the Glen Canyon Fire District. And so that meeting, we started with the Glen Canyon Recreation Park for all these years. So it's a really great event. I want to thank the sheriffs for always supporting and always being involved. And like, once again, this is a great network that puts this together. I've been working with Judge Maya Rodriguez. We appointed her, as you all know, and we have a court date in Kaibito on June 3rd. So much like the Flagstaff Justice Court going to Tuba City, now we have the Page Justice Court reaching out to the community and doing its outreach. So we're working on that, and we're hoping that people be able to resolve their court issues there. We have our Navajo Bridge Star Party that we do on an annual basis. And last year, actually, we didn't have it because of the eclipse events that were going on. So this year, we're going to have it on October 3rd and 6th. And that is one that has really been very popular, and or people are asking if we're going to have it this year, and we are. The primary election for Navajo Nation, we work very closely, and I want to thank Essler, if he's on the line. I want to thank him. We worked with the Navajo Nation Election Board and the Navajo Nation Council and the President's Office to change the election date from August 6th to July 30th. And we were able to accomplish that. The Navajo Nation Election Board, we did a presentation, Esler and I did a presentation to the election board. They passed it and went to the Navajo Nation Council. We were present so that we could answer any questions. They passed it, and then in that Navajo President Boone Nygren approved the legislation. So what this does is the state election and then Arizona's election primary date and Navajo Nation, they're on the same day, which is really great. We also, and with that, what we've been doing is we've had 3 visits to Fredonia so far, and we have another one tomorrow for taxes, and we get totally booked over there. On June 18th, and I want to thank Essler again and his team for working with us on this and clean elections. We put together a conference at Twin Arrows for elections. There's just so much confusion about elections, as you all know. Our right to vote is being challenged. How we vote and early voting, drop box, everything is being challenged, and even the recount, all of that. So we're doing a conference. We have a coalition that we meet periodically, and we put a conference together. Voter Education, You Make a Difference is the name of the conference at Twin Arrows on June 18th. And that's just part of like everyone else, things that we are doing, but I just want to let you know that these are just the main points that we've been working on. And thank you, Deborah. I want to thank our district director, my district director. She is just like puts everything and helps me with everything, and we just and our county manager and team. I want to thank all of you, Greg and Keith. We just cannot do this by ourselves, and we have great partners. We really have great partners. You know, Tuba City, just the district, the administrator there, Alice Husky, the judge there, everything that we do, we have a whole slew of network that we work together. Oh, on the abandoned buildings, I want to update just, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I didn't mean to take so much time, but on the abandoned buildings, we are working with the Arizona Historic Preservation, the Navajo Nation Historic Preservation, BIA and the communities on the historic preservation. We've been working on that from the county. I worked on that years back on Tuba City cultural projects, and we still are working on it. We are at a really good point right now where we're all coming together and putting plans together on how we're going to be addressing those buildings. So I'll just leave it at that for now, and I'll keep on updating all of you on all the things that we're doing out there. Of course, there's a lot more, but I'm just gonna stop right there. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will do my report real quick so we can get it out of the way. That way we can get done early. Plus, I don't like being the last one and not being able to go and have to wait a couple hours to do mine. So last but not least, so first off, I'd like to start and just recognize the team that helped put together the chalk breakfast on Friday. That was amazing. Thank you, manager and your team. They did awesome. I mean, we were there till 8:30 Thursday night, practicing, getting things ready, and I had it easy. I was only there for like an hour and a half. They were there for like 3 hours, you know? And when I arrived at 6:45, they were already there getting things ready. So really appreciate that. As was mentioned earlier by my colleagues, you know, it was a little nerve-wracking because we didn't know where it was going to go. And once the manager's office stepped in, things went smoothly. And I also really appreciated the fact that leadership invited staff to be there, because I think that was the crucial thing that for me made that event so special. You know, we got to recognize essential workers, and half the room were our staff who were essential workers. And so it was very gratifying to be able to recognize our folks and just show how much we do for the community and how much our staff was involved during COVID and still provided services to our families. So thank you. From that event, we did start a project looking to record stories of essential workers who worked during COVID. So over this next year, the goal is to start collecting these stories through video, written, audio, but really collect different stories of workers during COVID that we can present next year for the Cesar Chavez event. Oh, and just so everybody knows, the Cesar Chavez birthday isn't until the end of the month, but we did it early because this is Holy Week, and usually we would have done it this coming Friday, but it was also Good Friday, and so the community felt that we wanted to move it. So that's why I was a little early. So if you missed it, I apologize. We had to adjust to, you know, local calendars or whatnot. But again, thank you. Great job. Thank you for stepping in, Steve. I really appreciate everything you and your team did to make that a really worthwhile event. So I'll skip a few things. I just wanted to mention the testifying for the protecting military installation. That's really something that my colleagues have been leading, Supervisor Hess and Supervisor Horseman, that have been involved in that. I haven't as much, but everybody was out of town, and so I got the call. So I went and testified during spring break, and it's very gratifying to hear that it's moved through the Senate and will be going to the governor's office. So
We sent the right person then.
thank you. No, I just want to acknowledge our team, because our government affairs folks really keeping us in the mix. And when there's those key moments, we're there. And as mentioned, we have a good track record, all of us. So it's good to hear and very gratifying to see that work come to fruition. Let's see. They did mention the STEMI Awards. That was really cool. If you don't know, I have background in education and worked in STEM at Killip for many, many years. So every time I watch the STEMI Awards grow, it's really gratifying. And Coconuts were one of the groups that won, so I had to be very happy for them. But it was just really cool to learn about Flagstaff's contribution to science, and not just any science off the side, but astronomy. We're talking getting ready for all these lunar landings, like all these different things, cutting edge things, and Flagstaff's in the middle of it, and we forget that sometimes. And so it was really nice to be at that award ceremony and learn and celebrate STEM with our community. Again, I also had the opportunity to go to the Executive Leadership Academy, and great job. There were some great folks that graduated, and it was really cool to hear and listen about all that they learned as we're grooming the next generation of leadership for our county, and little by little. And so this was one important step. And so to all you graduates, I just say thank you, congratulations, thank you, and I look forward to working with you in the future. as mentioned earlier, I was at the High Country 5-year celebration with Supervisor Horseman. It was awesome. It was just really cool to stand there and listen to all the work that they would have done, not just these 5 years, but their history from the beginning, but in particular these 5 years, and to know that we as a county, they were able to accomplish those things in the last 5 years because of our support, because of the building support. So that was really cool and real gratifying, and I look forward to ways that we can continue to support them so that we can take care of the animals in our county. And then that same day, we had the Viola Awards, and Supervisor Horseman and I were able to give out an award. We gave out the Community Impact Award, and I just wanted to say congratulations to all the winners, but in particular the award that we put out there, which was the Northern Arizona Book Festival. So congratulations to all the winners of the Viola Awards. Art and the arts are so important for our community, and Viola Awards have continued to impress me year by year. And so I'm really excited to see how that moving forward. And it was really cool that they took this award and did their legacy award recognizing the artist Klibanali. And so that was really special and really cool to see how they integrated his legacy into the award ceremony. So thank you, Viola. I appreciate it. Let's see. And then the only other thing that I want to just talk about is just mention I will be going to DC in 2 weeks for the April 9th meeting. That's why I'll be virtual. I'll be going part of a delegation of ECHO, which is Hispanics enjoying camping, hunting, and the outdoors, to go advocate on different issues that affect not just the Hispanic community, but all community, but really Western issues, looking at Western lands in particular, to lobby about uranium, the effects of uranium mining, the effects of copper mining as happening in Oak Flats, looking at Colorado water issues. And so we will be out there talking to folks on those days while I'm out there. So, and also, of course, I'll be thanking all those different folks that have funded us since we went in February, because, you know, it's been a good month. We came back from that trip, met all those folks that we met with, and came back with over $10 million. So good job, team. That was a great job. So that said, I'll finish my report. I only took 5 minutes, I think. Sure, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, I just want to thank all our county employees, including my employees, for being involved in the recent presidential election. Just want to recognize our employees. All of the county, most county employees get very involved in that. So thank you.
And one more
Supervisor
thing, if
Horseman.
we can, just so because it's always nice when the hard work of our board gets recognized. And I just want to acknowledge that Supervisor Begay has just been appointed to the NACO Human Services and Education Steering Committee Board. So congratulations.
All right. Would anybody else like to say something? In that case, I'll wrap up my report. Great job, everyone, and we'll see you back at 1:15. Thank you. running a few minutes late. If we could please get ready to get started, because we do have some presentations to go through. Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon, members of the board. We have Parks and Recreation here today. Lindsay is just firing up the presentation and very excited to introduce Parks and Recreation led by Cynthia Nemeth and Liz Krug. And they will introduce members of their staff. Wanted to also say, as Supervisor Hess had mentioned, we were up for an award with the Arizona Forward group. And while we did not bring home the hardware this time, and the group that won was, we were talking about what a great project the restoration of the Lower Colorado River near Yuma was, and that so deserving of that award. And we brought home plenty of awards. We have a full award cabinet, and we will continue. But just the Rogers Lake work and all of the movements that we've made for both preservation, recreation in our community, and just providing services at both the direct community level and the broader community level for our visitation has just been so impressive. So without further ado, here's Cynthia.
Thank you, Andy. Chair, members of the board, it's a pleasure to be here this afternoon, talk about Parks and Recreation and our FY25 budget. But before I begin the presentation, I want to introduce my dear colleagues, Liz Krug, our Assistant Director. Kayla Cooper was the instrumental in preparing our budget and our presentations and getting us to the point where we are today. So I want to thank Kayla, and of course, Rob Morrison, Operations and Maintenance Manager. These are the key people of our management team, and including Shayla, who was not able to be, Shayla Gunn. She's the newest member of our management team. She's out sick today, sadly, but she would have been here as well, and she's our Recreation and County Fair Manager. There we go. Okay. So after a brief introduction, we'll talk about our achievements, our trends, our challenges. We want to touch a little bit on industry trends, because when we get to that slide, you'll see that that we're actually sitting right where a lot of our industry members are at today. We're following those industry trends. And then we'll also touch on our 5-year goals and what you might expect from this department into the future. So as way of introduction, we want to just touch on our mission, because it's always important to bring up the mission and understand what the foundation is of our guiding principles. And we engage the public in delivering quality parks, equitable community partnerships, diverse recreational opportunities, and distinctive natural areas and open spaces. And our vision is to enrich lives through exceptional parks and programs. So, and in that, and how we are committed to following that mission is, we manage nearly 3,600 acres that comprise 6 parks and 2 natural areas. We maintain 41 miles of trails. We host the county fair this year in its 75th year. So that's significant. We're excited about that. And we provide recreation programs and services through our environmental education programs, leisure classes, summer camps for youth, as well as facility rentals that families and friends can rent and connect that way socially, as well as folks rent them to, for their own events that provide that additional recreational experience and opportunity to our community. We expand our own recreational offerings through our public-private partners who offer unique experiences to our residents, such as the Treetop Adventure Course, for example, North Pole Experience in the wintertime. And then we also strategically and responsibly plan for future needs, the expansion of services and trails, programs, natural resource protection, and the stewardship of existing assets, and those that may come into the future. And our mission and our commitments are carried out through this organizational chart. We have 20 individuals, but they equal 18.5 full-time equivalents. And then we have 9.5 seasonal full-time equivalents when we're able to hire that full slate of individuals. Usually they come on between April and September. Sometimes we're able to keep them on a little longer and into the winter season. Our department is broken down by 5 general program areas or divisions. The first one that I'll mention is, one thing I forgot to mention, which is just absolutely critical. In this organizational chart, I did not mention our Parks and Recreation Commission, which is an extension of our department. They're the advisory branch of our department, and they're individuals that you have selected to represent the county's recreational interests for your specific district. And then we're also very fortunate to have a nonprofit arm in the department, and that is our Friends of Coconino County Parks. So thank you for letting me go back to that. Oh. Okay, here we go. So honing in on our program areas, the administration division, that's where the department leadership is at. Though we have leaders throughout the organization, but that's where Liz and I are under the administration. The strategic direction of the department is led through our administration division. Our financial management through Kayla's leadership, as well as customer service, and then our marketing and communications. So those are the types of things that we work on in the administration program. When we move over to operations, maintenance, and natural resources, this is an area that's led by Rob Morrison. And there's a lot that goes on in this division. We got construction and project management that happens there. Our park maintenance comes out of this division, as well as facility maintenance. Our trail and open space development and planning is all through the operations and maintenance and natural resources program area. Then we move over to the county fair, and that's everything. The leadership of the county fair, and Shayla Gunn oversees that program area. And that's anywhere from, all of it, the production, the vendors, the enormous amount of contracts, the partnerships that it takes to put on this event. So that's all led by Shayla Gunn. Our outdoor recreation program under Shayla Gunn, but our program coordinator is Adam Smath, and he coordinates programs for youth, for adults. He does all the environmental education programs and the Rec on Wheels program. And then special events, we have our Randy Clark, who manages the permitting process and manages that enormous program and the supervision of it and the management of it, as well as the stables operations out at Fort Tuthill County Park. And one thing that you'll see consistently across every one of these program areas is the support that they provide to the county fair. The county fair involves absolutely everyone in the department. And then operations and maintenance also provides a tremendous amount of support to special events. So now I'll go ahead and touch on our department's achievements and the trends and challenges broken down by those program areas that I just mentioned. So in our administration side of the house, one of the things that we're really happy about and proud of Kayla and her, we have a Shayla and a Kayla in our department, and those two are about ready to just, poke my eyes out or something because I mess up their names constantly. But anyway, Kayla was instrumental in leading the refinement of our practices and use of QuickBooks. I mean, we've had QuickBooks for a very long time. It was a tremendous cleanup effort, and we're now being able to implement a lot of great efficiencies. Andy touched on awards that we received last year, the Criscordia Award. We were very proud of that for environmental education and communication. And we also got another second award of distinction for art in public places due to the gems that we have at our Archuleta Park, County Park. We completed the Rogers Lake Community Forest, and something that Liz has, effort that Liz has led is the tourism grant, where we are able to promote trails in the Page area. Some of the trends and challenges that we're seeing in administration is the increased cost of goods, and I'm sure this is across the board. I know that I'm not the only department talking about that, and utilities and fleet expenses going up. A trend that we want to continue is the maintaining our public-private partnership fund as our source of capital funding, because otherwise the department has no real dedicated source of capital funding. So that's a trend that we want to continue. A trend that is impending is the loss of North Pole Experience. They've been wanting to expand their operation. So they're continuing to look for an opportunity to double. So you go and have one experience, they want to be able to double the experience. So they need double the amount of space. So they've been very upfront with us, and they kind of keep us informed of what's happening there. So they will be back next year and possibly even a year after that. And that's the latest that we've heard. But that's a significant contribution to our public-private partnership fund. A trend that we continue to see, and as you are all aware, is people coming to our department, to the county, because they see the county as being versed and capable of holding conservation easements. We're also seeing an increase in funding efforts by the Friends of Coconino County Parks, which is really, really wonderful. In the operations, maintenance, and natural resource program area, some of the achievements that we're really especially proud of this year is the completion of the new parking lots and sewer line to the campground at Fort Tuthill. We installed a water tank that was donated to us. I think it was about like 2019 or so, that belonged to Lowell Observatory. And they took that water tank down. How many gallons is that thing? It was enormous. It was quite the spectacle to see it go from the observatory out to Fort Tuthill. But now it's been repurposed into a wildlife drinker. And when the weather warms up and we put the final touches on it, we'd love to give you a tour out there to see it. Filling we have like 9.5 seasonals that we count on, and we have not been successful in filling all of those slots. So that's a challenge of being able to recruit the individuals to fill those. Those are positions that are really important for us, because otherwise it's our full-time staff that are out maintaining the parks when they need the highest levels of service. And it takes them away from other work that they're doing in projects and things like that. Our aging and deferred facilities is something that we monitor constantly. We've got a 10-year construction repair and replacement plan that keeps track of these things. We've seen a lot of increased use and activity in our parks, and that's a wonderful trend that we're experiencing. Impacts of climate change, and then the electric recreation vehicles, the one wheels. Now there's like almost like a segways that people are taking on trails and things like that. So these are things that are coming out around that we're also managing. Oh, and the use of like class 3 e-bikes. People say, oh, well, e-bikes are allowed, but we allow class 1 and 2. Class 3 is like a motorcycle. So we're kind of managing those types of educating the public basically on what is allowed and what's not allowed. And here's a picture of our staff, having fun, hard at work, sitting together over a meeting. Oh, and there's that water tank down there in the bottom right. So achievements for the county fair last year, we had again nearly our 40,000 marker of attendance. It's a little lower than the previous year, but we had weather last year. But nevertheless, nothing to sneeze at. It's a tremendous amount of attendees and participants that are involved in that event. Our revenue for vendors was up. I'll give a shout out to Randy Clark, who did a tremendous job filling that slate of vendors for the county fair. And we offered a new competitions and mullet contest and a corn husking, and they were hilarious. They drew a great crowd. And we had a lot of participants that just showed up on stage to participate in this. So it was a fun attraction. And we also added a second shuttle stop, which allowed more people act closer to their home to be able to get on the bus and get to the county fair. Some of the trends and challenges that we're seeing is the reduction in the governor's livestock agricultural promotion fund. That's something that when the state budget is not doing so well, that it gets looked at, but as a possibility. So so far the Arizona Fairs Association has been pretty lucky and very effective at protecting that fund that goes to all county fairs. One thing that we're really proud of is the fostering kind of that one county, one response approach like we have for emergencies, but we're seeing it in the county fair where HR helps out, finance has been tremendous, IT helps out, emergency management. So that's something that we feel very, very good about. We're increasing our recycling efforts, and then we are seeing an increased cost in entertainment and staffing. Our programs and services in here, I've included our outdoor recreation and our special events. So this is all together on one slide. Something that we're very, very proud of is our collaboration with County Health and Human Services and the grant that was co-written for the Rec on Wheels program. And we were able to bring about the Rec on Wheels, which is a trailer, which is very cute. It's got lots of color. It carries all kinds of recreational equipment in there. We take it around. We've taken it to 9 settings at the beginning of the year, or since December, have served nearly 700 people. This year, we've already gone out to the Grand Canyon. We're going out to Loop this week. And so we're out and about and looking to expand that program. We offered 30 programs through our outdoor recreation program, which attracted nearly 1,000 participants. We collaborated with the city of Flagstaff and put on a concert in the park as well as the 4th of July out at Fort Tuthill. And we hosted 65 special events. Those are 65 unique permits for Fort Tuthill and 220 Ramada permits. And then worked with the Friends of Coconino County Parks to help them be successful in their fundraising disc golf tournament. Some of the challenges that and trends that we're experiencing in this program area is events that that they want to grow. They've reached their capacity within the developed areas, the facilities that we have available for use, and they want to move out to undeveloped areas, some of our open spaces, and we're protective of those. Sometimes there are certain times of the year, for example, early spring or after monsoons, where the ground is saturated and it can be impacted by foot traffic, bike traffic, vehicles, things like that. We're also finding a trend where it's becoming harder to host simultaneous large events. You have heard that the county or the amphitheater, right, their concerts, they're more frequent. There are many more sellouts. And then we also have large events that call Fort Tuthill home, Overland, the rodeo. And so to have enough room for both types of events to take place, the struggle is parking, basically. It's like, where do we put them? So that's a trend. I think it's a good problem to have, and one day we'll be able to kind of crack that nut and figure it out. And then also, our facility rental fees haven't increased in quite some time, and we are addressing those. And here's some photos. There's a picture of the Rec on Wheels. You can see what an attractive trailer that is. People enjoying the offerings, the county fair, the 4th of July show, and a nice aerial of really a full parking lot.
And I just wanted to say, I had the opportunity of renting the barn at the same time as a concert at the Pepsi Amphitheater, and we were worried, but it ended up being okay. The acoustics were just set up well enough that we didn't hear the concert from the barn. Inside, when we were outside, that was a different story.
Well, I appreciate that feedback. I appreciate that feedback. But yeah, it's not even the large events, right? Sometimes it's even smaller events that might be impacted by all that's going on. So moving on to the industry's top trends, we have, the most commonly planned additions to parks are restrooms, which is something that we're working on right now. We're working on our next restroom and already thinking ahead to our third. Dog parks is not something that we have thought about, but park shelters, with the Ramadas, we are looking to put one up at Fort Tot Hill over by the bike park. We're looking at putting park shelters or Ramadas at Frontieri. And so at least with the top three, we are in line. And then on number 5, the walking and hiking trails, we're definitely in alignment there with trails that we're looking at for Frontieri, the Frontieri property, as well as Herrenberg Wash. We've got a trail that we are very eager to put in Herrenberg. And some of the most commonly planned additions in terms of programs, you see teen programming. Well, we're doing that. And we, as part of our summer youth camp, we offer a teen camp that is offered around that same time. We do environmental education programs. We do educational programs for adults. And we're actually working towards, I mean, we do educational programs in terms of like cooking and things like that, but we are working towards a master naturalist program, which will be geared to adults, and I think it's going to be very successful. And then programs for active older adults. But anyway, at least the top 3 there, we are definitely in line with industry trends. What do we have ahead of us? Well, in FY25, we expect to complete our cost recovery update under Kayla's leadership. We're looking to update our event rules and policies and fees under Shayla's leadership. And then we're about ready to launch a master plan for Frontieri, which you'll hear more about. And then we want to complete the demo at Frontieri. So that'll either be the end of this fiscal year or early next fiscal year. And then moving out, we talked about the Master Naturalist program. That's really on the verge of being ready to be promoted and taking registrants. We have a Fort Tot Hill master plan that we're also working on. So yeah, never a dull moment. And though the installation of new water and sewer, working with the Army Corps to get that installed on the historic quad. And then other things moving ahead into the future. We're working already with the Forest Service. So in about 3 years' time, we hope we might have a stacked loop system, which would leave Fort Tot Hill and allow for, bless you, and allow for longer races where they could stage out of Fort Tot Hill, leave out of the Fort Tot Hill trails, get on Forest Service trails, and reach those 10, 20-mile loops that racing groups would like to see. And then we really want to start addressing some improvements on the fairgrounds. We talked about Herrenberg Wash Trail. That's out there. That third restroom is out there. And then pickleball courts. We'll see if that doesn't happen sooner than FY29, but that is certainly something that is on our radar. And we'll see what the Fort Tot Hill Master Plan reveals and it gets added to this list. And those are our goals that we have on our radar, but things that we're constantly working on are, implementing our 10-year strategic action and capital plans. We're very, very, how would I say it? Very determined to make sure that those plans are not documents that sit on a shelf. We review them annually, we add to them, we massage them. They provide us the guidance for our annual goals. We want to expand on the Rec on Wheels program. We want to continue to leverage our special funds with grants to make those dollars go as far as possible. And then we have 2 management plans that we want to implement, which is the Rogers Lake Management Plan and the Fort Tot Hill Management Plan. and increasing our fare entries and continuing to reach out and to our outlying communities to see how we can serve them within our capacity and within the scope of our resources. And that's our department in an overview. We didn't provide the list of financial asks. I can touch on those if you're interested, what our SIRs are. But wanted to share an overview of the department as kind of a priority.
Oh, thank you for doing that. It's very illuminating how much our Parks and Rec department has to oversee and work with. So appreciate the breakdown. Are there any questions or comments from board members at this time? Supervisor Horstman.
Well, I should admit this, but Parks and Rec is my very favorite department. So a couple of things. First of all, I am anxious to get into into greater depth, not today, but on the amphitheater and the Fort Tuthill master plan and the amphitheater. I know we've talked about some improvements there. And I think what we see is an investment here now in some of the infrastructure is going to pay off in the long run and really bring more funds in. And I think, so I'm anxious to kind of talk about that and move that forward. The same as the Frontier property, and as that moves forward, the deconstruct and reconstruct, if you will, I also think that's a great opportunity for the county to expand recreational opportunities and open spaces for our county. So I'm really looking forward to talking more in depth on that as well. So thank you. Job well done. I so appreciate all the great hard work for Parks and Rec. Love being out in the county parks and certainly at Fort Tuthill. And you're right, our open spaces and our county parks really, especially since COVID, I mean, there has been I don't know, rediscovering, or at least people are out there using them, and it's really wonderful to see. So thanks for all your hard work. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Supervisor Hess.
Thank you, Chair. A lot of good things you guys are doing, and it's been very fun to get involved ever since my internship with you. But the Friends of Coconino County, great people, and so cool to see how excited they are to not just worry about Flagstaff, but the entire area. That group, along with the commission, they're amazing. And I try to get on all the calls as much as I can, or the Zoom. And those guys, they like you said, you can't do it without them. And I'm so glad that they're able to be part of it, because as Supervisor said, that's part of us. That's why a lot of people are in Flagstaff or in Northern Arizona and do all those things. I'm super excited to hear more about how you're using the Army Corps of Engineers. As you know, I do have a little bit of background in that, and I still have some reach back to the Guard and the Reserve units in Arizona. So if you want me to make some calls or get involved with that, I would be proud to see what we can do. So let me know. I can reach out to a few of those units and then speak their language.
Yeah.
So they can do road work, because they could do horizontal, they can pave, they can do parking lots. They want to do that stuff. They want to put a baseline and make it compacted, and then a lot of times that is paid out of their own funds.
Oh, really?
So it it gets kind of twisted, but we'll figure it out. But super cool to have that. They might even be able to help out with Frontier. It might be a year and a half, 2 years, because they already have plans in the works. I've said this since the beginning when I got here. One of the main reasons I really enjoy working for the county is just like you said, one county, one response. I'm glad that we're using that throughout the county, and I think that's county managers really push that, and that's where I got it was from Steve, was county first, one county, and to think about Parks and Rec, the open spaces is really something that I really want to make sure that people understand, because Williams has a bunch that we need to look into. I would love to hear what you have for the southern part out there in Blue Ridge and all those things. So love that. And then, yeah, just keep up the good work, and I'm super proud to help out wherever I can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments by supervisors? Vice Chair Begay?
Thank you for the presentation, Cynthia. I know you're always looking for things to do, you know, not just right in that area, but certainly other areas. So I just want to say a job well done to you and your staff, and thank you for all the hard work and efforts that you put into making this a place for our constituents and people that we serve within the Coconino County. And so that's basically what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Fowler?
So, thank you. Thank you for all the work that you all are doing. I'm really happy that you're starting to go more into the county instead of being just in this area. I've been saying that all these years. I'm just happy that you're a little bit out there. The high cost of contracting, your challenges here, even your weed, invasive weed management, is that at Fort Tuthill that you have that? I know we see it across the county, across the whole country, really. But I'm just wondering how you're addressing that.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. So, it's not just Fort Tuthill. Actually, Fort Tuthill probably is slightly better managed, but even just around like Pump House Wash, and Rob could probably chime in more, even at Frontieri and Rogers Lake area, we have colonies that we're trying to address in terms of, managing and mitigating those invasives.
Do you I guess you have to contract that out to be able to manage that? How does that work?
Well, we have, and Rob, if you don't mind coming up here, but we try to do that internally, but we only have so much of a budget, and
Exactly.
we have so much allocated for pesticides. So I don't know if you have anything to add.
No, that's a great question, Supervisor Fowler. Yes, we do a majority of it in-house, probably about 75 to 80% of it in-house. And then we contract out some bigger projects that we try to incorporate it whenever we know that we're going to do a major ground disturbance. We'll try to incorporate that into the project so that we're dealing with it when we have that ground disturbance.
Yeah, thank you. And just, I know that's a great challenge everywhere, and, climate change, and seeing how that's impacting the parks and recreation and open space, what are some of the challenges there?
Well, in droughts, we're spending more on water, and we don't even have a lot of lawns, but, we
Yeah.
have the amphitheater lawn, we have some select lawns. So we see that, we see it, we have tree mortality. So those are just two examples, which then we have to take down trees, which, there's an expense to that.
Yeah, and that is another one where even we're seeing animals and vegetation moving upward instead of just staying under where they
That's right.
used to live. And you're seeing increased use and activities on the parks,
Yep.
and just like our public lands, and if they're not out there, people are trying to get out to a safe area and be able to use that. So, that's what we used to wish for.
Yeah. No, yeah, we've certainly seen an uptick, and we have car counts of like how many cars come in and out of Fort Tuthill, and we've certainly seen an increase in that. We've seen increases we have trail counters, so we can track how many people are on our trails. And so, yeah, we've certainly seen those increases.
That's great.
And I wanted to go back to your question about managing invasive weeds. Another example is through our grant. So we had a grant for the restoration of Herrenberg Wash. It's a wetland area. So part of that restoration was, I think it was like a 5-year invasive weed, which was, some of it was, through mechanical, just actually pulling it, and some trying to stop them from growing in the first place. So.
Yeah, we all have that challenge. I know I have tumbleweed issues, not as bad as the photos that we saw out of Utah. So, but I mean, parks, it had, you have, the department has grown over the years, the being able to do a lot more, and we've been really focused on Fort Tut Hill, the water pipes, I mean, everything, the bathrooms, the campgrounds, we have a lot more to do. I still think about the horse racing that we were trying to save, and I wish we saved it, I just a big challenge. And I just want to thank you for working with, I want to recognize Steve Mongrain,
Oh, of course. Yep.
Parks Recreation member, commission member, and Paul Ostapat and others that are volunteering and GPSing trails in our region. I still believe that the whole Coconino County, and we don't have the staff, so with the public lands and the towns, they all have their own trails, but we can link them onto one map for the whole county, so people know where to go. So because they go to one place and overcrowd that place and overuse it because they don't know there's another trail over here. And that's what we're working on in the Page region. Really appreciate the website, the grant that you all what you brought a grant in for. And really now what I'm thinking is that, we're going to be printing out the trails map, but I'm thinking in the long run, maybe partnering with All Trails and since we're doing the GPSing and the photo, I think it would be great if we were to work with All Trails. I haven't contacted them, but I wanted to just let you know that.
And we've talked a lot about how this project and Page could be the template or the foundation
the
for an
Page region,
expansion.
yeah. Yeah, we're
across the
working
county.
with Kane County next door. So it's a one regional Trails Alliance when we all get together, but and then when we're separate, the King County has theirs and we have ours. So it's a one effort in that region. Yeah. So I just want to thank you for that.
You're absolutely very
Yeah.
welcome.
And I don't know how we're gonna be able to do all these, be able to improve our where the funding's gonna come from. It's always been a challenge, and trying to see how we're gonna be able to make things. I don't know if we're gonna be able to, at some point in the future, go back to the public for a vote again for funding. That's just always been kind of an idea where the money might come from.
Right.
And it seems like a good justification when we see such an increase in the visitation.
Right.
Yeah.
And, and if we look at our countywide master plan, we did hear about a lot of needs, and a lot of trail connectivity that was in there, and then unique needs in some of the outlying areas as well. And, an idea would be to also include the City of Flagstaff, right? And help them address some of their recreational needs too, because we have such a high population here.
So anyway, all right,
Yeah.
thank you.
You bet.
Thank you for the presentation. Like we were saying, it's enlightening to see everything that Parks and Rec are doing. And moving forward, I wanted to put a shout out to your event staff, because not just my family event, but every event that I've been to at the county, I've seen good things. It's been smooth and easy, and I appreciate that. And so wanted to put that shout out for your staff. And then also just remind you, we do need an outdoor sports complex in the Coconino County. Just putting that out there. No, thank you very much. Appreciate everything.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Is there anything else?
I don't know. I think we're good. Thank you. All right. Next presentation. We have the clerk of the board, Lindsay Daly. Thank you.
And now I need to learn how to advance the slides.
Good
Wait,
afternoon.
is this our presentation, Board of
I was
Supervisors?
gonna say.
Do we have a conflict, Chair?
Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez and supervisors. I always feel it's a little awkward for me to stand up here and tell the board what they do, but I think of it as an opportunity for the public really to see what our board does. Other than what they see in board meetings, there's so much more that goes on behind the scenes that I think is good to bring to light. So not only will I do an overview of the board, but also the clerk's office as well. So in your packet, you have the county mission statement. I did put the org chart in there and highlighted the Board of Supervisors, the district offices, as well as the clerk's office. One thing I did different this year that I thought was important in thinking about programs and how the board's budget is laid out is addressing the board as a program, as well as the districts as a program, in addition to the clerk's office, because I think it's so important to just highlight the districts themselves and the supervisors as supervisors for their individual districts, because there's so much that the board does as a board, but there's so much that the board or supervisors do as supervisors for their districts. So wanted to highlight that as well. And looking at the overview for the board, obviously there's fiscal responsibility of the county, advocacy for the county and citizens, federal and state legislative priorities, creating, approving county policies, plans and ordinances, which you see with your area plans and zoning ordinance, board meetings, which is a lot of the business we conduct like today, collaboration and cooperation with agencies on various issues. And then you're also the board of directors for some of our districts, health, jail, library, also the Board of Equalization. And then for the district office, that's where you see a lot of the administrative side, budget, travel, staffing, district-specific issues that some of you will be enduring, whether on your own as a supervisor for that district or in collaboration with other agencies as well. And then outreach. This is out of these offices for the supervisors. We see newsletters, we see social media, we see engagement in community events specific in your district. And then district meetings, chapter meetings, neighborhood watch meetings. All of you are invited to events in your districts, parades in your districts, openings in your districts for businesses, and also fire district meetings, property ownership, property association meetings that our supervisors are also invited to. And then community initiative support. I think this is very important to highlight all the community initiative support that our supervisors provide within the county and also within their specific districts. And then county committee appointments. So as supervisors, you have district-specific appointments. Merit selection is one of those, and I know that the districts have been heavily involved in doing filling of vacancies for those. And then for the clerk's office, it's the same board meetings, agendas and minutes and packets, resolutions and ordinances, contract routing and retention, Board of Equalization appeals and hearings, liquor licenses, information requests, special district activity for their annual reports and budgets each year, claims for either legal claims or accident claims that come through our office, and then administrative duties for personnel and other things. Touching on the accomplishments of the Board of Supervisors, looking at fiscal year 24. I should go with my notes here because I did jot some stuff down too. I want to highlight. Financial responsibility, the budget process that the board goes through each year, but specifically this year, the financial audit catch-up and completions, addressing the expenditure limit, ARPA funds, congressionally directed spending, and then flood control district grants. So I think I've seen more than I've ever seen as the clerk, just the funding and financial accomplishments that this board has done the last year has been amazing. Advocacy. This one is, I feel like from the outside looking in at the board, the advocacy our board does is unbelievable. And if you just look at the state and federal legislative agenda for the county, and I have listed here all the different subject matter, but even within those subjects, there's so much more specific that you get down to, that whether it's passing resolutions,
testimonies provided at the Capitol, knocking on doors in DC, writing letters, you name it, our board does it. And I think this is also something that impacts the district budgets because of the work that you guys are doing as a board and individually, but it's also important that it's done. So I just wanted to highlight that too. Organizational stability. I think County Manager Peru mentioned this in some of the accomplishments. I have seen a difference within this last year in the organizational stability. I think that's the leadership that's been put in place by the board has really impacted the organization in a good way. Also filling the vacancy of District 3 Supervisor. The board undertook that effort and it was a smooth transition, I feel. Implementing employee evaluations and the county manager evaluation process. I know that's always a challenge for the board to come together and even just doing a county manager evaluation, but also across the organization and following through with employee evaluations. Also, the employee compensation plan that the board focused on in their last budget process. This has reduced turnover in the organization. And I just think it's important to highlight this is very much impacts the organizational stability because when you have staff and you're able to recruit and they can provide the services that are expected of citizens, then it makes a difference. And then addressing emergencies and reducing the risk to the organization and community. Whether the risk is fires and our board is focusing on forest restoration, whether the risk is floods and the board is focused on mitigation and infrastructure. I also threw in the assisting of Tucson flooding that occurred last year that was specific. And then also the blizzard of last year in February of 2023, the local declared emergency for that. The IT network security, I think we've seen a lot this year in terms of what IT has been doing to also look at cyber risk and cyber threat to our county. And the board has supported that in providing stability for the county and reducing risk in that matter. And that was also through the MOU that was done with the Arizona Department of Emergency Services, a collaboration in helping to identify cyber threat, and then adopting the emergency operations plan. So these are the things I feel like the board has put a priority on to help not only the community, but also the organization in reducing risk and then addressing emergencies. And then land planning and environmental stewardship. I feel like there can be an overlap in a lot of this with advocacy. So some of the things that for 2023 specifically that the board did was short-term rental ordinance, comprehensive plan update. The board has started down the path of updating that, and that'll also be something that continues into the future. The 80 acres adjacent to Rogers Lake for conservation purposes. And then the Rogers Lake Community Forest Plan, the Fort Tuthill County Park Management Plan, like Cynthia was just talking about. These are examples of some of the specific things that our board has spent time on during board meetings and also passed resolutions on. Not only that, but you have resolutions for groundwater management, uranium mining, and the Grand Canyon National Park Monument. Okay, and this next slide, I thought was important to show a picture of our board's activity on other committees. So these are all the list of committees that our supervisors participate on at the local level, the state level, and the national level with NACO as well. So I think it's just so important for the public to see that our board is, as supervisors, are also participating on all of these committees that require a time commitment and leadership roles and advocacy specific to the issues that those committees are undertaking. So I just wanted to make sure to put this up there because it's another part of what the board does. And then looking at the fiscal year 24 accomplishments for the districts, community initiative support. So I just wanted to highlight some of the agencies or events that our supervisors have supported through the community initiative effort. the Literacy Center for the Training for Raising Readers program, Willow Bend for outreach materials and events, the County Parks and Rec Department for the Youth Climate Summit, County Emergency Management Department for the ham radios for Page and Fredonia, the Sunnyside Neighborhood Association for the renovations to the community kitchen, the Flagstaff Shakespeare Festival for admissions for seniors, the Ponderosa Fire District for address signs, and then Glen Canyon Conservancy for trail mapping project, African Diaspora Advisory Council for the Juneteenth event, the United Way of Northern Arizona for Kinder Camp, the Boys and Girls Club for the nutrition program, the County Emergency Management Department to translate emergency messages into the Navajo language, Flagstaff Shelter Service for shelter expansion, the CSA Summit to get your fellow supervisors together, Hillip Elementary for the bullying prevention program, the Flagstaff Festival of Science event, Parks and Rec for Gonzales Lake Park, Stewardship of Natural Areas, the Pump House County Natural Area Enhancement, Superintendent of Schools for the Teacher of the Year sponsorship, Public Works for the Memorial in Kachina Village, and then Highlands Fire District for community signs. And that's just the ones from 2023. So as you know, these are all ongoing, and there's probably several more that are not on this list. But it's a good example of how far our supervisors are reaching in the communities to support efforts and events that help anywhere from young kids to older adults. So I just think it's important to highlight that. And then community outreach and engagement. I think for the supervisors in their individual districts, like I said, the newsletters that you guys are doing, the social media, getting the word out, going to events and handing out brochures, talking to your constituents. There's a lot of time spent within your districts doing that. Filling vacancies on county committees. Again, as you have district-specific committee or representatives for committees across the county, I know there's been recruiting of trying to get people on those committees, getting vacancies filled, especially with merit selection committee when it comes to the judge positions. And then citizen district-specific issues. These can be either because they are proactive or a reactive event to something that may have happened in your district. So just a few of them that I thought about was the Tucson flooding in District 1, and kind of that's something that walked in the door that then, Supervisor Horstman was needing to have meetings with the town about, and between flood control district as well. The road collapse in District 4 that affected the school bus route and the meetings that needed to take place and occur for that. Transportation issues, Lone Tree Corridor project for Flagstaff, and meetings and advocacy on that. The birth certificate program and tax program, and then economic development within each of your districts. So that's just some of the specific steps under what can come in for a district that your attention goes to and the workload goes to as well. And then for the fiscal year 24 accomplishments for our office, I felt like this past year we've had an improved workflow, and I want to give a big thanks to Val and Nico. We've had a stable staff, so as far as not having the turnover, it's been a huge, it's just been great having an improved workflow. I feel like we've got to a place, the three of us, where we have our routine down. We know what each of us is doing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And so it just has helped with the workflow in that matter, as well as the relationships that we've built across the departments. So we can have that one-on-one interaction with departments when it comes to getting things on the agenda. We're flexible with people if they're communicating with us. So I just wanted to highlight that. And then board meetings. I just will say it's just very different than when I first became the clerk. What goes into having a board meeting? From setting it up in Zoom to the technology, where I put the link in the Outlook calendar, just all the details that go into putting on a board meeting is very different than it was 5 years ago. So I always see this as an accomplishment when we get through a board meeting day and it's like, oh, thank goodness we made it. But I want to give a big shout out to IT, Trent specifically, as well as Steven, because they are a huge part of this effort in putting on the weekly board meetings, and Nico and Val as well. We all have tasks that we do to make it happen. And so anything can happen too, but we're all grateful that somebody from IT is here to help, or that Steven's here to help as well. And then fulfilling statutory requirements, we're always proud of that. Document retention, accessible documents for the public, just continuing to update our website with resolutions and ordinances. Nico's gone back and scanned ordinances and resolutions very far back and put them on the website so they're easily accessible. Workspace, we are currently in the middle of moving, as County Manager Peru stated. So, but with that has come opportunity for us to go through, when I moved into the clerk position, there was a lot of documents that I inherited within the office space. And now that I've been here for a few years, I now understand what they are and how long I have to keep them. And so it's created a great opportunity for us to go through those documents within the office and really organize them, get rid of what we don't need, and also consider how we want to keep things long-term retention-wise. And then let's see here. Trends and challenges. For the board, I think from what I've seen this last year, attention to election processes, this is nationally, I think, a trend. So of course, we're seeing it here as well. Just the interest in elections has grown. Legislative activity, I was saying to the manager's office, it just seems more busy with the legislative activity that this board is doing, whether you're doing it as a board or individually on your committees. It just seems like it is at a high that I've never seen before. And then also collaboration and partnerships to address issues, regional issues like broadband, and coming together for forest restoration with the Forest Service, and also military installations and dark skies. There's just more collaboration on regional issues. Challenges is the increasing limits to county authority. I think that our board is constantly trying to advocate for local control of things. So that's always a challenge when our board doesn't have authority to determine or make decisions on certain things that they know are impacting their community or their district. Limited resources equals competing priorities. So there's not enough money to do it all. And so our board is forced, as you see in the budget process, and having to determine what gets funded and what may not get funded or what may need to wait. And then simultaneous threats and risk. Thinking about this in terms of whether the board is dealing with fires, flood, pandemics, blizzards, IT security threats, when those things are happening at the same time, it just makes it more challenging. And then affordable housing, and I put this specifically up here because it also impacts the employees for the organization, which when it's harder to recruit or harder to retain, it's harder to provide that same level of service that the community expects. So affordable housing is a challenge for the organization. And then looking at the trends and challenges for the districts, increase in events and travel, and then various and new outreach trends. So as outreach is evolving with social media and ways to outreach to your constituents, you know, the supervisors are having to do more to fulfill that and how people are getting their information. And then challenges, increased costs, inflation impacts the budget, specifically with travel. As we see travel cost increases for hotels and gas mileage, just makes it harder for our supervisors to do the advocacy that is needed. And then we've had some turnover in the district offices as well. And then trends for the clerk's office. We've seen a great reduction in the Board of Equalization appeals over these last 2 years. Yeah. And just as a reminder on Board of Equalization, our board is the Board of Equalization, but our board has appointed a hearing officer to hear those Board of Equalization cases and then bring the recommended decisions from the hearing officer to the board. So we've seen a reduction in those, and I'll take it. We do have Mr. Johnson as our hearing officer, and then Rose Winkler is our Board of Equalization attorney. We've also seen a drastic reduction in permanent liquor licenses from the year before, as you all have probably seen. I'm not standing up in front of you as much with liquor license hearings, so again, I'll take it.
If
but
I
we-
remember right, that was a lot of District 3
It was
as well.
all District 3. Yes. But I will say that is the only thing that we do that we have revenue that comes in our office for the clerk's office. So that's the only thing, as far as activity that brings in any revenue for the clerk's office. So that would impact our budget as far as how much revenue we're bringing in. It's $275 for a permanent liquor license. So when we're seeing less of that, that revenue is not coming in. But we have seen the return of the special event liquor licenses that have returned since COVID. Those are a steady go as far as those are happening more. The interesting thing is, and I was saying this to Siri, since I've been here, I've never seen one that's for a profit event. So all of the special event liquor licenses that we seem to get are for a nonprofit organization that's hosting those events. So there's a $75 fee for that just remains since it is a nonprofit organization. They don't have the fee that like there would be for a for-profit organization hosting an event. And then increase special district activity. And I'm going to say specifically with the fire districts, just seems like as we've seen some of the changeover or turnover for the boards of those fire districts in the communities, long-term board members that have now resigned or retired from doing being a board member for fire districts. We have new board members coming in that aren't as familiar with the statutes or the responsibilities of the board. So I just think we get a lot more activity as far as, what comes to the county with questions, with outreach that we're trying to do with reminding them of annual reports and budgets. As you know, our county attorney's office are their legal advisors for the fire districts. So that can create some activity as far as questions that come in regarding open meeting law or board quorums and how what the county does, also very much with the treasurer's office and what the treasurer does with the fire districts and their finances as well. This year I've seen much more need from Gregory's office for us to input on legislation that affects the clerk's office, that affects board meetings, that affects somewhat of the authority of the board. So I feel like this year, more so than other years, we've been pausing to really try to help Gregory in terms of how we see a bill that may affect what we do in the clerk's office or what can impact a board meeting. So we've seen that go up. And then also publishing costs has increased quite a bit. And I think that other departments can speak to this as well, between finance and the publishing they have to do with RFQ processes, and also community development and the publishing they have to do for hearings. Although the publishing cost has increased quite a bit, I was thinking we went from one year to the next when we did the publishing for the annual budget of the county, jumping from $6,000 to $9,000 in 1 year. So that was quite a bit of an unexpected cost increase that we saw in our budget, but I'm sure it's also impacted those other departments that are having to do publishings. But the other thing we've noticed in this last year is that the amount of publishings we're doing is less. So I don't know if our board is seeing less, and again, that's just from the clerk's office. So I don't know if our board is seeing less zone change cases come before them for public hearing, or what may be the cause for that. And then another trend is paper cost increase. I think some other departments have touched on this as well. And then challenges. The unexpected is always a challenge, because you just don't know if something comes in and then you have to drop everything and focus on it. It's time away from the routine stuff that you also have to do. more board meetings than planned. I mean, that's a given. Inconsistency and changes that impact the on-base process. And what I mean by this is just, this is a challenge in that our agenda software is not very flexible. And so Val and I do things that are specific to certain departments within the on-base review process. For example, Flood District has its own legal counsel. Elections and recorders have its own legal counsel. So we create these little processes individually for different departments where needed, because of the inflexibility that we may have in on-base. So it means Flood District, they include an attached legal memo to make sure that we're aware there was some sort of legal review. Then we go in and check the legal review box and approve it for legal. So these are the little things when we move away from a consistent kind of process in the agenda software system. It's really dependent on Val and I to remember these little things. And it also worries me that if somebody were to step in and have to do it, they're not going to know of these little tricks that we do. So, but one thing we have done is we're in conversations with IT to look at little things we can do in on-base to try to make it a little more consistent, so that it's not as, dictated by each department what we have to do in the software system. And then looking ahead for fiscal year 25 outlook in the next year, for the Board of Supervisors, some of the things that I put up here, and I'm sure the board would want to also provide information on this too, but some of the things that I thought about that I know is going to occupy the board's time is that it's an election year, and we also have a county ballot initiative on the ballot this year, so that will consume a lot of our board's time. And then the transition of the new supervisor district boundaries. I think this is important to note just because our board went through the whole redistricting process, but now the supervisors will see the impact of the redistricting as far as when you're doing appointments for your districts, what communities have come into your districts, which ones have you lost out of your district, and getting more familiar with the constituents in terms of the new redistricting boundaries. And then advocacy always, our board is always working on advocacy, collaboration partnerships to address regional issues, broadband, emergency management, forest restoration, dark skies, military installations, and land planning. And then land planning as far as the board will be working on the comprehensive plan for the next year as well, with helping with outreach on that and input. The financial planning and budgeting process, the board's going through a different budget process this year than in previous years, so it'll be good to see what worked, what didn't, and what changes will come for the next year in the budgeting process. And then another thing I put on here is facilities master plan. I know those are going to be work sessions before the board in the future within the next year. And then the fiscal year 25 outlook for districts, continuing community outreach and engagement. The board is always invited to several events and meetings. And then district-specific issues, again, whether it's proactive or unexpected issues that come up within your district. Community initiative support and continuing to support community initiatives. And then in the clerk's office, the fiscal year 25 outlook, board meetings, I'm expecting we'll likely see more and probably more executive sessions as we go into an election year, whether we're challenged through different cases. It's just a kind of a given, I think, with an election year. Also with an election year, our office has more tasks within our office that come with an election year, whether it's certificates of election, helping with the canvassing, and then association participation. So we're taking on more leadership roles as we're not the newbies anymore in the association. So stepping up into leadership roles within our clerk association for the county clerks. And then writing guides and instructional resources. We've already pretty much have started this, but Nico's also created an internal site for the clerk's office within the organization where we can put these instructional resources on them, and we've done that. We just haven't really rolled it out yet to the organization. So we're waiting for any additional changes that may come with the purchasing policy or with the legal process and legal review for on-base. But once we're kind of in a in a good spot to roll that out, we plan to do so. And then building consistency and agenda on based process. And I think this comes with the retention that's occurred in the various departments within the organization. So as we see more people in their positions longer, it makes for a smoother process in creating the agenda for the board meetings. Some of the other things I wanted to touch on too, we've embarked on learning Otter software. Val and I, so we're exploring that. It's our way of using AI to benefit us. We're for specifically for minutes, so it will produce a summary for us and transcript, but it's what's helped with less typing, but more, we still have to do the oversight because there's some things if it's word for word, we don't want to be word for word. But it's kind of good to explore this and see how it can be used for our benefit in minute taking, because doing minutes is not just during the board meeting, but I want to say another full day, maybe even 2 after the meeting, depending how long the board meeting was or how much information was presented in that board meeting. And I feel like lately there's a lot of stuff that we consider historical in nature that we're wanting to make sure we capture a little more detail than we have in the past when it comes to certain flood district funding, because we know this is historic and some people may want to look back and see what exactly was discussed before that action was taken. Also, we're looking forward to Finance has a contract software that they have rolled out and they're doing kind of a beta testing with, I think it's the sheriff's office right now. And so anything that would then, by implementing that contract software that Finance has, might mean less tracking on our end that we're doing just off an Excel spreadsheet of the contracts that are active within the county, and making sure that they're accounted for. So our hope is that in the future with that contract software, it will run those type of reports. We won't have to create them manually ourselves. And then digital transformation. I know IT or Gregory and Keith came before you last week, I think it was, and one of the congressionally directed spending was for digital transformation that IT put forward. And we're lumped under that. Our office is lumped under that, where we're exploring. We've been in conversations with Matt Malik from IT about what we can do to create electronic records. So we can't just scan something and call it an electronic record and throw out the paper, because the state has certain specifications for what electronic record is. So there's certain printers you can buy that if you scan it, it will scan it to those specifications that it would then be considered an electronic record. And our hope is that if we were to do that, we can then have the electronic record and send the paper record to the state that is more equipped with a facility to really protect and take care of those records. We have minutes from 1889 in our vault that are handwritten. So things like that we would like to see turned into an electronic record so that we can get them down to the state to be retained in a facility that's meant for that. So if that is awarded, then that's something we'll be working with IT on, is the electronic record process. And that's all I have.
Great, thank you. Oh, nice pictures. Some of them I haven't seen.
There.
They're looking good. All right. I guess I'll start. First off, thank you for the presentation. It was really cool to see the accomplishments the way you laid it out between the Board of Supervisors as a group and districts. I think sometimes we get so caught up in the work that we don't take a moment to stop and look back at the accomplishments. And so to hear you reflecting that back to us, for me, was real gratifying, and I'm grateful. So thank you. Are there any other comments from supervisors? Supervisor Horseman.
And thanks, Lindsay. You know, you and Val and your team really rock, and you do so much for us over and above what we would normally expect, quite frankly. And I want you to know that and how much we really appreciate the great work you do. And you're always there. You're always there to jump in and help. And, you know, and quite frankly, you always do it with a smile, or in your case, a laugh, which really resonates all over the office, and I just love. So really, really appreciate the great job both of you do. And Nico, you know, you're just a great team for us. And, if there's things we can do as a board to make your life a little more easier and to make it a little bit more efficient or effective, please let us know. We do appreciate the work you do. We know it's over and above. You're there, both of you, so many times, well into the evening hours. And, if something comes up, you're available on the weekends, which is really incredible. So, but if there's something we can do, except maybe not text you on the weekends, but other than that, if there's something we can do to make your life a little easier, to make it a little bit more efficient and effective, please let us know. Because we really do appreciate you, and we want to make it as easy for you as we possibly can. So thank you. And yes, it's always great to see kind of a year in review. And, I know this is a very, very active board, and we get stuff done. So I want to congratulate my colleagues, and, we wouldn't be getting it done except for the great help we have in the clerk's office and, quite frankly, the great staff we have throughout Coconino County. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have any comments? Supervisor Hess.
I'll jump in. Being here, the short amount of time I've been here, it's been eye-opening to see how much work the staff, none of what you just said would be possible without all the support we have. And everyone does it with a smile and with great effort and 100% just task on. It's super impressive. And thank you for putting it out there, capturing what it is we do, both in minutes and literally right here in this briefing. Excellent portrayal of what's happened over the last time. It's so cool to see that the impact of what's going on. And the reason I'm here is to be part of that impact. And I can't do that without the rest of the board and everybody on the staff. So I want everyone out there to know that this staff and this county and everyone in it is why we all live here. And I appreciate it. Appreciate you. I was in your office yesterday. I was just like, what are you doing? You're like, I'm watching all these again. I was like, whew, lucky you.
Meetings.
At least you got like a window
Exactly.
behind you now. So
We hear
we took her out.
Yeah. The sunlight now. We're enjoying it.
Give some sunlight so productivity will go down now, but keep it up.
Thank you.
No, I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Vice Chair Begay.
Wow. Everything's been said. I feel the same way too, that, you guys are a big support, to the board. And we can just go in there and interrupt you, and you just take time off to do what we want, or, we want to tell you. But I just want to say we appreciate, your staff, and because, it takes all of us to get things accomplished, and everything that was said today is accomplishments by the county. It took everyone, every single person that's in this county as an employee, and even the people on the outside that, from the meetings, we get information and we bring it back, and then it's how we start working on things. So, and things are accomplished, they're done and completed. And so I'm glad to be part of this board. And then also that, we have good staff and very knowledgeable staff. And, it's sometimes I go to your office and I tease you guys, and you guys are, no, and then you say, oh, you're kidding, but I like people to laugh, I like to say hi, and I like people to laugh and enjoy, each other's. And because you don't know how a person feels when they come in sometimes, they might have had experienced something over the weekend, and you come in and they, they lift their spirits up, and that's what I like to do. And so I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you, staff, and also the, my colleagues here, and overall, I'm enjoying my time here as being as a board supervisor. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. I am, Lindsay, I know that you do all your work very quietly. There's only 3 of you with all of the work that you're doing. Really happy that some of the workload from the external, like the just the fire districts and these others. At one time, they were really, really busy.
Yeah.
For some reason, they're calming down now. So, and yeah, that's really interesting. I wonder what's going on with the Board of Equalization even. Yeah.
Yeah.
That we get a lot of cases sometimes. And then you tackled the records. You had to really clean up a lot of records. You didn't reveal that, and it's just, but that's like years in the making right now. Just the amount of work that you're doing, and then use of AI. There's only 3 of you, and here, and I'm always concerned that we're having a board meeting every Tuesday and doesn't give you time or the staff time to catch up with what, every Tuesday, we're making decisions to, that's gonna impact each and every county employee out there. And they're gonna have to do this, and they don't have enough time for the next board meeting to take a breath to be able to catch up. And I think I don't think your department is really the main one that is impact. So I have to commend you for being able to keep up with the amount of load that you have to manage with the legislative, at the local, national, even at the city municipality sometimes, and with the fire districts, just the amount that you have to do is just amazing. So I just want to recognize that, and seeing the trend from more legislation and more having to comment. Yeah, I think that's really important to, and then coming back to see the amount of work that you and all of us are doing. It's just really, bringing that back to us is really revealing. So I want to thank you for that. And I just wonder, and I've asked this before, do you need more staff to do the work that you're doing so you're not staying here until midnight?
I feel like as I've been here in the position longer, and as we've remained as a unit between Val and Nico and I think what we initially thought was chaos has just become the new normal, and we've just gotten used to more. Or gone through the learning process of things that walk in the door that don't come in regularly, but you have to kind of learn the statute. How do you deal with something? The one thing I do want to point out that the board was supportive of, that has made a huge difference, and I think not only for my office, but for the district offices as well, is the business manager position that's shared among the county manager, board, and finance. And then specifically with Tammy in that position, who was a district director, understands the uniqueness of the board's budget and what the board does. Just having that position alone has created quite a relief for my office. I know it's created a relief for the district directors who were involved in like the approval process for each other's travel. But now that we have Tammy bearing that load, I think it's made a huge difference as far as also processes that have been put in place and streamlined with the help of Sue, for example, looking at it and a fresh pair of eyes, and Tammy and Siri, and saying, how can we make this easier for everybody to get through, whether a travel claim, the amount of time spent on that kind of stuff that our district directors have to do is a lot. And I think having Tammy's position there, but also the fact that it's Tammy, has made a huge difference, honestly. And so that, like I said, has created quite a bit of a relief for our office that I think has been a huge help.
You know, she is a wonderful help. So thank you, Tammy, out there in the world. And I know that I know it's easier for our director. I know she works very closely with them, and you, and just being able to have that working relationship with all the departments and putting that agenda together. So thank you so much. And just, I guess all we have is just nothing but good things about your work. And really good to learn that you're at a very comfortable learning stage right now.
Yep.
So that's good. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Nico. He quietly does his
He's
work.
usually on here virtually, but I think he's moving us right now. He's unpacking.
Yeah.
Always putting him to work.
Thank you.
All right, well, I just wanted to say that I really appreciate all your office does, but I really appreciate you and all you do, Lindsay. From the first time I met you in the driveway of my parents getting sworn in on the day I was appointed, and to all the different times that you've worked to accommodate to get us our board books and all our materials and at all hours of the day, and you're amazing. So thank you. I just wanted to put out that shout out.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I think we got through everybody. Is there anything else on the agenda? I thought we had roundtable. Just kidding. I do. There were things I left off. Thanks, Lindsay. No, okay. Well, in that case, thank you everyone for a good day. Appreciate all the hard work and hearing all the great accomplishments from our different departments, and I look forward to continuing the next series of meetings. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.